Chapter 104, Talent That Rivals Their Founder. He really did it. He really managed to take 100 steps and reach the silver tree. The sect elders watching the examination from afar were all shocked speechless by Yuan's flawless performance. What happened to the silver tree, though? Why did it turn golden? This didn't happen before, even when the founder achieved 100 steps. At least it was not recorded. Forget about the tree. We have another prodigy who rivals our founder in terms of talents. We must let the sect master and the grand elders know about this as soon as possible. We cannot let such a talent leave our grasp. The sect elders there then scrambled outside to look for the sect master and grand elders. Meanwhile, back at the examination hall, after crossing the silver pond and reaching the silver tree that had suddenly turned into a golden tree, Yuan calmly walked back to the other participants before approaching the sect elder. I only need to take 75 steps to receive the special jade slip, correct? Yuan asked the sect elder, not even caring about his achievement of 100 steps that put him on the same level as their founder. That's correct. The sect elder nearly forgot how to speak after experiencing this shocking event. After panicking for a few moments, the sect elder finally managed to retrieve a white-colored jade slip and handed it to Yuan with trembling hands. Here you go. The sect elder lowered his body and offered the special jade slip to Yuan, acting almost like a servant before his lord. The source of this content is lee/GHD/novelpub//com. Thank you. Yuan accepted the white-colored jade slip before tossing it into a spatial ring with the rest of the special jade slips. After storing away the white-colored jade slip, Yuan turned to the gate and began walking towards it. Wait a second. Where are you going? The sect elder suddenly stopped him. Didn't I pass this test? Yuan responded in a dumbfounded voice. Since he passed this test, he was obviously go to the next test. You're going to take the next test? That won't be necessary. The sect elder shook his head and continued. You are the only person besides the founder of the Dragon Essence Temple to have achieved 100 steps in this place, meaning your talents rival our founder. There's no longer any need for you to participate in the next test because you'll be accepted into the sect regardless of the results. I don't need to take the next test? Yuan raised his eyebrows. How else is he going to obtain the final special jade slip and enter the Dragon Temple? After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. Even if I pass now, I would still like to participate in the final test. After all, I have already come this far. It wouldn't feel good if I stopped here without finishing it. Furthermore, I am doing this mostly for the experience, and I don't want to lose that feeling. Doing this for the experience? The sect elder looked at Yuan with a surprised expression on his face. However, after pondering for a moment, he found sense in Yuan's words. After all, nobody at the 5th level Spirit Warrior realm would willingly waste their time in this place unless they were doing it for another purpose. For more, visit lig/tnovelpub. Perhaps he's a young master from a very powerful family that's currently on a journey for training. That would make sense as to why he has to hide his identity and why he's participating in this disciple examination. The sect elder thought to himself, if you insist on continuing with the examination, go ahead. I won't stop you if that's what you really want. Just remember that no matter the results, you'll still be qualified to become a disciple at our Dragon Essence Temple. The sect elder reminded Yuan before letting him go. Thank you. Yuan nodded his head, and he proceeded on to the next test shortly later. Meanwhile, somewhere within the Dragon Essence Temple, the sect master and the grand elders gathered at the spectators' room, where the other sect elders have been watching the disciple examination. Are you sure that someone from the examination managed to cross the pond of evaluation and achieve 100 steps, even making the silver tree turn golden? The sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple, Yuan, asked the sect elders there with a serious expression on his face. Take a look for yourself, sect master. The golden tree. The sect elders pointed at the treasure that projected the area for the 3rd exam, and there was a golden tree clearly in the projection. Yuan became silent and began pondering with a deep frown on his face. This participant, what's his name? Visit Light Novel Pub. C/OM for the best novel reading experience. An old man with short white hair and a short beard suddenly asked. The sect elders turned to look at the grand elder who just spoke, and one of them said, "He called himself Yuan, but we're not sure whether that's his surname or given name. Furthermore, he's already at the 5th level spirit warrior realm." Huh? His name is Yuan? And he's a 5th level spirit warrior? The old man looked at the sect elders with a dazed face. Is there something wrong, Elder Xian? Long Yijuan noticed his odd reaction and asked him. After a moment of silence, Elder Xian suddenly burst out laughing for a good minute before speaking. There's no need to investigate this individual. I know him. What? You know this man? Everybody in the room looked at him with a surprised look on their faces. Elder Xian nodded and said, "Yes, he's my granddaughter, Xian Wuhan's friend. She sent me a message not long ago about someone very talented and by the name of Yuan who might visit our Dragon Essence Temple in the future and to treat him well." Core disciple Xian's friend? Follow current novels on Light/NovelPub. The sect elders didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this news, as they had spent the entire day scrambling their heads trying to figure out Yuan's identity and whether or not he was a spy, only to find out that he was related to the Xian family. Chapter 105 The Last Tes. Now that we know this cultivation prodigy's identity, what should we do? Sect Master. One of the sect elders suddenly asked him. What do you think, Elder Xian? Long Yijuan turned to look at him for advice. Since he's technically yours, what do you want to do with him? Elder Xian shrugged and said, How am I supposed to know? I don't even know his intentions for coming here. We can decide where to go once I have a little conversation with this young man. And then he continued, In the meantime, you should prepare to open the Dragon Temple, Sect Leader. I have a good feeling this young lad will obtain the last special jade slip from the final test and collect all of them, becoming the first one to do so in 10,000 years. The Dragon Temple, huh? It's been such a long time since someone qualified to enter that place. Long Yijuan smiled, and he continued, Even if this young man doesn't manage to obtain the last special jade slip, they'll still let him enter the Dragon Temple, as that is most likely what our founder would want to happen if he were still here today. After a moment of silence, Long Yijuan suddenly said, Although this might be near impossible and a very difficult task to achieve, I want everything that is related to the young man named Yuan to be hidden from the public. I don't want the other sects to know about his existence for now, but when they do, ITLL be a pleasant surprise for them. A pleasant surprise? Are you thinking about letting him participate in the Mystic Realm next month? Elder Xian looked at Long Yijuan with a surprised look on his face. He'll only be a disciple for a month at that time, whilst the other disciples participating will all be core disciples. I cannot imagine the core disciples being very happy about a nobody who just joined the sect recently taking up one of their spots so suddenly when they're working themselves to the bone to obtain a spot, and there are very few spots available, which makes this situation even more sensitive. So what if the core disciples will be unhappy? If they are unhappy, they can go ahead and try to achieve 100 steps in the pond of evaluation. Even if they complain, the cultivation world favors those with talent, so they have no right to complain unless they are more talented than him. Long Yijuan spoke in a stern voice. The sect elders in the room exchanged looks with each other. While they do not reject having someone as talented as Yuan take up a slot for the Mystic Realm, they don't know whether they should or should not let their disciples know about this, as their disciples were also core disciples trying to obtain a slot for the Mystic Realm. Long Yijuan noticed the perplexed expressions on the sect elders' faces, and he spoke, Even if they are your disciples, it's best to leave them in the dark for now, as it might affect their cultivation negatively. The Dragon Essence sect was only given 3 slots for the Mystic Realm, and with Yuan taking one of these slots, only 2 other core disciples will participate in the Mystic Realm, though you can tell them that we have already given one of the slots to a disciple, just not his identity. Visit LightNovelPub.com for a better experience. Yes, Sect Master. The sect elders acknowledged his orders. Now let's see how this cultivation genius will do in the final test. Will he continue to surprise us, or will he do the opposite? Long, Yuan, and the other sect elders proceeded to spectate Yuan with the treasure. Meanwhile, Yuan had just walked through the gate and entered the area for the final test. It was a large but empty room with a tall stone tablet located a few meters away in the center of the room. The stone tablet resembled the stone tablets he saw in the Flying Sword sect that were used to rank the disciples, but there were no names on this one, only complex symbols that somewhat looked like words. Congratulations on passing the previous 3 exams and reaching the final exam. A young woman with a very pretty face that had been waiting in the room said to Yuan after noticing his presence. This is the final test. Where are the other participants? Yuan asked when he couldn't see anybody else there. The final exam is a bit special and requires absolute peace and concentration, so everybody will have their own room for the rest of the test, said the young woman. My name's Jie, and I will be overseeing this test. This content is taken from lightnov/lpub.com. Before we begin, allow me to explain to you how this exam works and what you need to do in order to pass it. Jie then pointed towards the tall stone tablet and said, that stone tablet contains many cultivation techniques from our Dragon Essence Temple, and your goal is to study it and try to comprehend whatever technique it shows you. As for the technique it will be showing you, it will change depending on your test results from the previous exams. Therefore, the better your results from the previous exams, the more powerful and unique the cultivation technique the stone tablet will show you. As for the condition to pass this exam, you'll need to understand at least 10% of the cultivation technique. Do you have any questions? Jie ended her sentence with a question. I need to comprehend 10% in order to pass, huh? What about the special jade slip? How much of the cultivation technique do I have to comprehend in order to obtain the special jade slip? Yuan asked. The special jade slip? Jie raised her eyebrows. This is her first time being asked about the special jade slip since she first started overseeing the participants, and it has been 2 years since then. Chapter 106 Tablet of Comprehension. After a moment of silence, Jie responded to Yuan's question regarding the special jade slip. In order to obtain the special jade slip, you must comprehend at least 70% of the cultivation technique. Furthermore, you have only 7 days to study the stone tablet. Of course, the better your results, the better cultivation technique you'll get to learn, but that also means you'll need much longer to understand the technique, as stronger cultivation techniques are more often than not more complex and profound. However, no matter what cultivation technique the stone tablet gives you, the requirements are the same. Understand? Yuan nodded. Good. Do you have any more questions? If you do not, you may begin the test. The moment the tablet of comprehension reveals your cultivation technique is the moment your timer begins. She asked him, how do I know how much of the cultivation technique I have comprehended in the end? Yuan asked her. The tablet of comprehension will let us know the results by the light it emits. A white glow means you have comprehended 10% of the cultivation technique, which is required for you to pass this test. A green glow means you have understood 25% of the technique. It will glow an azure-colored light past 50% and a red light at 70%. At 80%, the stone tablet will emit a black light, and 90% will emit a golden light. What about 100%? Yuan asked her out of curiosity. 100%? That has never happened before, so I don't know. In fact, nobody knows what will happen. Not even the founder who only managed to comprehend 90% in 7 days. Jie shook her head. Sometime later, Yuan walked to the tall stone tablet and stood before it. It's assessing your results and picking the perfect technique for you, so give it a few minutes, Jie said to him as she pulled out a chair from her spatial ring before sitting down and watching him with a nonchalant expression on her face. This content is taken from light/novel.pub. C/OMM? Wait a second. This guy is a 5th level spirit warrior. His cultivation is even higher than mine. 2 levels higher? Jie was shocked when she realized Yuan's cultivation base. Just how old is this guy? His voice sounded very young, even younger than me. Jie cried inwardly. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, the sect elders there started to gamble with each other. I am betting 100 contribution points that he'll achieve 50% understanding in 7 days. I will bet 50 contribution points that he will reach 70%. Since you guys are favoring him so much, I shall do the opposite. 100 contribution points that he'll reach less than 50%. 1,000 contribution points that he'll reach 90%. Long Yuan suddenly joined the fun, dumbfounding the sect elders. 1,000 contribution points? That's 10 years' worth of contribution points. The sect elders exclaimed, "How about you, Elder Xian? Want to make a bet? Whoever guesses correctly will obtain all contribution points placed in this bet." The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelp/com. Elder Xian looked at Yuan's figure from the treasure for a moment before speaking. "Then I shall bid 500 contribution points that he'll be the first person in history to reach 100% understanding." What? 100%? Everybody in the room looked at him with wide eyes. Aren't you giving him too much credit, Elder Xian? Although his talent is definitely on par with the founder's talent, even the founder could only reach 90% after 7 days. Furthermore, because of his excellent result from the previous tests, one can only imagine what kind of technique he'll get. But one thing is for sure, and that is the technique won't be a weak one. Long Yuan also chimed in. "I agree with Elder Exine. With his results, he'll get to learn at least an Earth grade, if not a Heaven grade cultivation technique from the Tablet of Comprehension. I don't know about you, but I have never seen or heard of anyone that can fully comprehend an Earth grade technique within 7 days, much less a Heaven grade. Well, it wouldn't be a gamble if I don't go against the odds, right?" Elder Xian laughed. "Anyway, what is the most powerful cultivation technique the Tablet of Comprehension can reveal?" "The highest grade I have seen so far is at the Earth grade, which happened 300 years ago." Hearing Elder Xian's question, Long Yuan said, "According to the Dragon Essence Temple's record, since the sect's founding, there have only been 3 people who received a cultivation technique above the Earth grade from the Stone Tablet, and they were all at the Heaven grade. However, as for the founder, although nobody knows what kind of technique had received, it was rumored to be a divine grade technique." The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov//.com. A divine grade technique, huh? Elder Xian mumbled with a profound expression on his face. Meanwhile, Yuan stood before the Tablet of Comprehension without moving a muscle, patiently waiting for it to reveal his cultivation technique. About 10 minutes later, Yuan's eyebrows suddenly twitched as he could see lines that became symbols appearing on the Tablet of Comprehension. "The Tablet of Comprehension has picked your cultivation technique. Your time starts now. Remember, you only have 7 days to comprehend as much of the technique as you can," Shuijie said to him after seeing this. Yuan immediately sat down in the lotus position and proceeded to stare at the stone tablet with an intensive gaze, looking as though he was trying to stare a hole in the stone tablet. A few more minutes later, the symbols stopped appearing on the stone tablet. Although he couldn't understand the symbols at first, after staring at the stone tablet for a few minutes, the symbols actually began moving and formed a picture. However, only Yuan was able to see this change on the stone tablet, while Shuijie and the others could only see a wall of still symbols. "Dragon's gaze?" Yuan suddenly mumbled these 2 words after staring at the picture that resembled an eyeball for many minutes with a seemingly mesmerized look on his face. At the same moment Yuan learned of the technique's name, the stone tablet emitted a white glow, shocking Shuijie and the others. New novel chapters are published on l/i//gh/tnovelpub. Impossible. Only 15 minutes have passed since he sat down. Shuijie immediately stood up from shock after seeing this white glow, indicating that Yuan has already understood 10% of the technique. Chapter 107 Dragon's Gaze. What? How is that possible? Am I just seeing things, or is the Tablet of Comprehension emitting a white glow already? It hasn't even been half an hour since he sat down. The sect elders inside the spectators' room quickly became clamorous after seeing the tablet of comprehension glowing. This young man, Yuan, stared at the glowing stone tablet with a dazed look on his face. This Yuan is the definition of a true cultivation genius, Elder Xian said with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, inside the examination room, Shuejie stood there with a bewildered expression on her beautiful face, looking like she'd just seen a ghost. Impossible. How did he comprehend 10% of the technique already? Even if it's a weak cultivation technique, he shouldn't be able to learn it so quickly. She cried inwardly. As for Yuan, he continued to stare at the symbols that formed an eyeball, glaring back at it with a piercing gaze. The eyeball on the stone tablet grew more realistic and lively the longer Yuan stared at it, almost as though it was coming to life. And after glaring at it for an hour, Yuan could see colors appearing on the stone tablet and coloring the large eyeball. Once the entire eyeball was colored in a golden and amber color, the tablet of comprehension began emitting a green light, indicating that Yuan had comprehended at least 25% of the cultivation technique. My God, he's already at 25% comprehension. Shuejie quickly covered her mouth when she suddenly felt the urge to scream out loud. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. 25%. He's already at 25%. As for the people watching from the spectators' room, without needing to worry about interrupting Yuan's concentration, they shouted at the top of their lungs from excitement. Ha ha ha! At this rate, he might really comprehend the entire cultivation technique. Elder Xian laughed out loud, and he continued, and he might even do it in less than 7 days. Yuan remained silent and continued to stare at Yuan with a profound gaze. Another 2 hours later, the eyeball on the stone tablet changed for Yuan again, and this time, the eyeball appeared to be emerging from the stone tablet. Yuan was startled when he saw this change, but he didn't look away, as something about the eyeball kept his gaze attached, almost mesmerized. And although the eyeball looked incredibly realistic, if one looked closely, they would not be able to sense any life in it, so it felt no different from looking at realistic art, a masterpiece. However, as Yuan continued to stare into this eyeball for another hour, he began to feel a profound pressure coming from it. Although it was only very slightly and barely noticeable at first, the longer he stared at it, the stronger the pressure became until it felt like he was being looked down upon by some superior entity, almost like a god looking at mortals from the heavens. However, despite this intense pressure, Yuan did not back down and challenge the gaze. Follow current novels on l/i/novelpub // Boom. After staring at the eyeball for some time, the eyeball suddenly flickered with a golden light, and Yuan found himself floating in the middle of the void and surrounded by stars the next second with Shuejie and the stone tablet nowhere to be seen, almost like had been teleported to the outer space. What the? Yuan looked around with a puzzled expression on his face. A few moments later, something caught his attention, causing him to turn around. When Yuan turned around and saw the massive creature flying behind him, his hair stood up straight like a cat when frightened or feeling threatened. Is this a dragon? Yuan cried inwardly as he recognized the shape of this creature from movies when he was a kid. However, this dragon was much larger than he remembered. It had large golden eyes the size of an entire planet, and a massive body that stretched to the horizon countless miles into the distance. Meanwhile, in the examination room, Shuejie noticed that Yuan had suddenly closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. Visit light//novelpub/com for the best novel reading experience. Furthermore, the stone tablet was no longer glowing a green light, and it had once again changed colors. Azure-colored light. He's comprehended 50% of the technique. Shuejie cried inwardly after seeing this change, falling down onto the chair behind her. In the spectators' room, the sect elders were no longer making noises. Instead, they silently stared at Yuan with a serious expression on their faces, pondering to themselves whether Yuan will really be able to comprehend 100% of the technique within 7 days, as it was looking increasingly likely that he would every time the stone tablet changed colors. It's only been 6 hours since he started studying the technique given by the Tablet of Comprehension, and he has already managed to comprehend over half of the entire technique. At this rate, he'll really become the first person in history to achieve 100% comprehension, and he might do it in a single freaking day. Long Yuan thought to himself, "Where on earth did you find such a monster, my dear granddaughter?" Elder Xian showed a bittersweet smile on his face. Meanwhile, back in Yuan's mind where the dragon existed, even though he was like a speck of dust compared to the dragon, Yuan continued to stare back at the massive dragon despite its terrifying presence and incomprehensible size. "What is your name, human?" The dragon suddenly spoke to him. "Oh, you can speak?" Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this, and he continued, "My name is Yuan. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Yuan, you are the second person to have learned my dragon's gaze from the Tablet of Comprehension, with the first one being a man named Long Chun. However, his comprehension abilities pale in comparison to yours, as it took him over 3 days to reach this far, whilst it took you only a few hours, and he was frozen from shock when he first saw me." The dragon spoke in a deep and profound voice that caused the stars and the surroundings to tremble. Chapter 108 Star. Are you real?" Yuan suddenly asked the dragon. "No, I am a mere illusion created by the Tablet of Comprehension in this world. However, that is not to say I do not exist, as this is an illusion of my real self. If you manage to reach the upper heavens, then perhaps you will get to see the real me. And when that happens, don't think you'll be able to stand there as calmly as you are now." The dragon spoke in an arrogant voice, sounding as though Yuan had somehow hurt its pride by not cowering in fear from its immense presence like any norm human should. "Anyway, enough yapping, human. This great one shall demonstrate to you the power of dragon's gaze." The dragon turned to look at the large planet in the distance and continued, "Do you see that star?" Before the dragon's gaze, it is no different than a little rock. The dragon's golden eyes suddenly flickered with a profound light before shooting out an invisible beam that flew straight at the planet in the distance. A second later, boom! The entire planet that was 10 times larger than Earth exploded into countless fragments before disappearing into the darkness. And the shockwave created by the explosion was powerful enough to send Yuan flying tens of miles backward. Of course, before the dragon's incomprehensible size, it appeared as though Yuan never moved at all. Yuan witnessed this mind-blowing scene with his jaw dropped and his eyes wide open from shock, as he has never seen anything this dramatic before. That is the power of dragon's gaze at its maximum potential. In the beginning, you'll only be able to scare a few people with it, but once you understand the technique more, you'll be able to kill your enemies with a mere gaze. The dragon spoke afterward. "Killing people with just my gazes? That sounds incredibly powerful, but also extremely dangerous at the same time." Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. "Anyway, can you do that again? I will need to see it a few more times before I can learn it." Yuan then said to the dragon with an innocent expression on his face. This content is taken from l/i//getnovelpub.com a few times. Ha ha! The dragon suddenly exploded with laughter, causing the entire starry sky to tremble, and Yuan felt his internal organs dancing around viciously. However, for some odd reason, it didn't hurt him at all. Once the dragon stopped laughing a few moments later, it spoke in a serious voice. "Although your comprehension ability may be impressive, don't overestimate yourself, you mere human. The previous human had to watch the technique for hundreds of thousands of times before he could even begin to understand it. And only after watching for a few million more times did he finally understand the technique enough to use it. A few million? But he only had 7 days to study the technique, right? There's no way he could have watched the technique so many times in such a short time." Yuan expressed his doubts. "We are currently inside your mind, so time flows differently in here. You can stay in here for a few years if you wish, and only a few hours will have passed in the outside world." The dragon said. "What? I can study the technique for a few years while I am here. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Yes. However, your spirit and soul must also be strong enough to endure it, because the longer you stay in here, the more exhausting it will be for your body and mind. And you're only a spirit warrior, whilst the previous human was already a spirit grandmaster when he came here. At your level, you will be able to remain inside this space for a few weeks at most, which is only enough to witness a few thousand dragons gaze. A few thousand, huh? That should be more than enough. Yuan nodded with a calm expression on his face. Updated from lightnov/lpub/com, the dragon stared at Yuan with its massive eyes narrowed after hearing his words. After a moment of silence, it spoke. Since you are so confident that you can learn my dragon's gaze so easily, how about a little bet with me, human? A bet? But aren't you only an illusion? Yuan said. I may be an illusion, but I still have some powers in here. Although I may not be able to physically help you, there are other things I can do here. The dragon said, and it continued, as for the bet, if you can learn my dragon's gaze before I demonstrate it a total of 10,000 times, I will consider it your win, and I shall give you something very special. If you lose, well, there's really nothing you can do for me in here, so you won't lose anything for losing the bet. Therefore, you can only gain something from this bet. How about it? Since there was nothing to lose, Yuan nodded. Okay, let's do it. Good. Then watch closely, because I will be demonstrating my dragon's gaze without stopping now. The dragon then turned to look at another planet in the distance that had suddenly appeared out of thin air before using the dragon's gaze once again, obliterating the planet almost instantly. Follow current novels on /li/g/tnovelpub. Comwhoosh. Yuan was pushed back a few miles again after the explosion. Yet he did not blink and stare with an intensive gaze as the dragon continued destroying planets one at a time. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon obliterated a dozen stars in just a few minutes, taking breaks only for a few breaths before its eyes shot out another star-destroying beam, and Yuan witnessed each and every single planet being obliterated without blinking his eyes. Very quickly, a couple of days have passed inside his mind, and Yuan has witnessed the dragon's gaze almost 1,000 times. Meanwhile, on the outside, the tablet of comprehension changed colors once again after a few hours of silence, turning bright red this time, shocking Shuejie and those in the spectators' room even more. Chapter 109, State of Enlightenment. A red light. He's comprehended the technique 70% now, and it's been only a few hours since he comprehended 50%. Just how ridiculously talented is this guy? He puts fast learners to shame with his learning speed. Shuejie could no longer contain her voice and mumbled in a shocked voice. I wonder what it looks like in the spectators' room right now. How are the sect elders reacting to this young man? Shuejie pondered to herself. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, everybody there turned to look at Elder Xian with a profound expression on their faces, thinking to themselves how Elder Xian will most likely win this gamble and obtain 20 years' worth of contribution points in a single bet. Back inside Yuan's mind, he continued watching the dragon obliterate stars every few breaths until he could see the scene even if he closed his eyes and stopped watching. After spending a few more days inside this special space, Yuan's eyes suddenly turned golden, resembling that of the dragon's eyes. When the dragon noticed the change in Yuan's eyes, it was inwardly shocked by Yuan's progress. This human has already comprehended the dragon's gaze to such an extent. It's only been a week since we started. The dragon cried inwardly. At this rate, I will really lose the bet. To think I, the Great One, would lose to a mere human. Even if it's only something as minor as losing a bet, it's still more than enough for me to lose face. Luckily for me, we are alone here, and I am only an illusion, or the other divine beast would surely turn me into a laughingstock. Why did you stop? Are you tired? Yuan asked the dragon when it suddenly stopped using the dragon's gaze to destroy planets, forcing him out of his trance and halting his progress briefly. No, I am fine. I'm only a mere illusion, so I cannot experience exhaustion. Let's continue. The dragon continued shooting invisible beams from its massive eyes that seemed larger than the planets it was destroying a moment later, and Yuan returned to staring at the scene with a dazed expression on his face. Visit /lightnovelpoo/b/c/om for a better experience. After watching for a few more hours, Yuan suddenly closed his eyes, yet he could still somehow see the planets being destroyed by the dragon. Enlightenment. This human has entered the state of enlightenment. The dragon realized why Yuan suddenly closed his eyes, yet it did not stop destroying stars. Meanwhile, in the examination room, the tablet of comprehension began changing colors again. The red light grew darker and darker, until it was no longer red and completely pitch black, resembling the void. 80% had just reached 70% an hour ago. Why did his progress suddenly increase so exponentially? Shuejie covered her mouth from shock. Even the sect elders in the spectators' room were puzzled by Yuan's results. Could this be enlightenment? One of the sect elders asked in a weird tone, sounding as though he was doubting himself. However, Yuan experiencing enlightenment was the only logical explanation for the sudden change. Of course, enlightenments are incredibly rare moments that most cultivators can live even their entire life without experiencing at a single time. Meanwhile, Yuan was already experiencing his second enlightenment. If the sect elders knew this, they would literally lose their minds, as none of them have experienced the state of enlightenment yet. The source of this content is /lightnovelpub. A few more hours passed inside Yuan's mind, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The second Yuan opened his eyes, a profound ripple appeared around him and spread throughout the endless void, and his golden eyes were glowing brighter than ever before. A notification also appeared before him a moment later. You have learned Dragon's Gaze. Rank, Ancient, Mastery Level 1. Description: a technique created by the Great One. A single gaze will cause immortals to bow and the heavens to tremble in fear. Ancient rank? Yuan raised an eyebrow at this unfamiliar rank. Meanwhile, in the outside world, an announcement appeared for all players to witness. Follow current novels on lee/ghdn/ovalpub.com. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have learned an ancient rank skill. Congratulations! This announcement dumbfounded and shocked every player in every location across the world. The players were dumbfounded because they have never heard of an ancient rank skill before until today, and shocked because player Yuan made yet another appearance. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Essence Temple, the sect elders within the spectators' room were shaking from excitement when the tablet of comprehension suddenly changed colors, turning into a beautiful and majestic golden light. He did it. 90% comprehension. He has reached the founder's results, and he did it in less than 1 day. The sect elders rejoiced as though they were watching their own child. Just 10 more percent, and hell make history. However, overcoming these last 10% is like trying to reach the heavens. It won't be easy at all, and it'll probably be even harder to achieve than the previous 90%. Long Yuan mumbled with a serious expression on his face. Well, he still has 6 more days to comprehend the last 10%. Even if he doesn't, he's already surpassed the founder in terms of cultivation talent and comprehension skills. We must nurture this young man and spare no expense on him, no matter what. Elder Xian spoke with a profound expression on his face. Back inside Yuan's mind, the dragon stared at Yuan with a baffled gaze. 3000. You have managed to learn Dragon's Gaze after watching it less than 3,000 times. Compared to the previous human, you are... No, it would be disrespectful to you if I were to compare you to someone who needed years of effort to learn the technique while you did it in less than a week inside this space. Follow current novels on lightno/v/opa.com. How strong is an ancient rank technique? Yuan asked the dragon afterward. The ancient rank is 1 rank above the divine rank. The dragon responded, and it continued. However, even though it's only 1 rank higher, it's countless times stronger than any divine rank technique out there. Chapter 1, 10 Seal of Approval. If you compare ancient rank techniques to divine rank, the difference is like heaven and earth or immortals and mortals. It's so vast that they're almost incomparable. The dragon said to Yuan. However, it will also be much harder to train and master than divine rank techniques. The dragon suddenly stopped talking halfway through its sentence and looked at Yuan with a weird gaze. And then it continued a moment later. Well, knowing your talent, IT will probably be no different than a divine rank technique, and you'll master it incredibly fast. Anyway, you have managed to surpass my expectations, broaden my views with your comprehension talents, and even won a bet against this great one. Therefore, as promised, I shall now bestow you a special reward. The dragon proceeded to close its eyes for a minute. Once the dragon reopened its eyes, a golden beam of light shot out from its eyes and pierced straight into Yuan's forehead. Whoa! After watching the dragon destroy planets with its gaze thousands of times, Yuan naturally responded to the golden beam by jolting his body in a startled manner, even feeling his heart skip a beat. However, when he realized that his body didn't explode like the stars, he released a sigh of relief. A few moments later, once the golden beam disappeared, another notification appeared before Yuan. You have received the Great One Seal of Approval. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub // Seal of Approval. Yuan mumbled, feeling as though nothing about his body had changed after receiving the Seal of Approval. What can I do with this seal? Yuan asked the dragon afterward. With my Seal of Approval, you will have a chance to obtain my legacy. The dragon spoke in a calm voice. Legacy? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is it something like Xiao Hua's legacy? The dragon continued to speak a moment later. Go to the Dragon Temple and find my statue. If you use Dragon's Gaze on the statue, it will activate a hidden formation, which will require the Seal of Approval to fully activate. As for what comes afterward, you will have to go there and figure out yourself. If you manage to obtain my legacy, find the real me that exists somewhere in the upper heavens, and I will give you a few treasures that will make even powerful immortals drool with envy. However, since I am merely an illusion in this place, the real me won't recognize you, as we have never truly met before. But as long as you have the Seal of Approval and the legacy, everything should be fine. Do you have any questions, human? No, what is your name? You have earned my respect, so I shall address you as your name. The dragon suddenly said to him, Yuan. My name is Yuan, he responded. Then do you have any questions for me, Yuan? New novel chapters are published on Light/Novel Pub. /com. After pondering for a moment, Yuan asked, I have heard the name Dragon Temple before, but I don't know what it really is. Can you tell me a little bit about the place? What kind of place is the Dragon Temple? The dragon nodded its massive head before speaking. The Dragon Temple is a trial that was created by me, the real me, countless years ago, to challenge the geniuses in the lower heavens in hopes of finding someone who can inherit my legacy. There are also some treasures that can be obtained from the Dragon Temple. The Tablet of Comprehension, for example, is a treasure that Long Chun had found in the Dragon Temple from a challenge. Of course, the treasures within the Dragon Temple are worthless compared to the real treasure, my legacy. If they manage to pass all of the challenges, obtain the legacy, and find me in the upper heavens, I shall bestow to them unimaginable wealth and priceless treasures that even immortals and gods covet. However, nobody has managed to find the legacy to this day, much less obtain it. Perhaps you, Yuan, will become the first person to inherit my legacy. Yuan nodded and said, I will try. After a moment of silence, the dragon spoke again. Your body can endure a few more weeks in this space. Would you like to continue studying the technique? Yes, let's do this until I have to log off for dinner, Yuan said. Dinner? The dragon looked at Yuan with a puzzled gaze. Sometime later, Yuan returned to watching the dragon obliterating stars with the dragon's gaze, further increasing his understanding of the technique. New novel chapters are published on Light/Novel Pub /com. Meanwhile, inside the spectator's room, the Sect elders were in a small conversation. The Tablet of Comprehension is glowing a golden light, meaning that he has reached at least 90% comprehension of the technique. However, since we have never witnessed anyone achieving 100%, we won't be able to tell if he has truly comprehended 100% of the technique or not. The only thing we can do is wait and see the results. Perhaps the color might change again, or something entirely different might happen. We can guess what might happen for as long as we want, but without the results, we will never really know, Long Yuan said to them. The sect elders nodded, and they returned to staring at the stone tablet for even the slightest change. Time quickly passed for everyone, including Yuan, who got so absorbed in watching the dragon destroying stars that had forgotten about the flow of time. Sometime later in the real world, Yuan returned home from school and went straight to Yuan's room with haste, as player Yuan's new achievement was being talked about even at her own school. However, when she entered his room and Yuan didn't greet her, she stopped to ponder. Brother would normally leave the game and wait for me before I even return. Is he still doing the disciple examination? He did learn an ancient rank skill today, so he might still be busy right now. I shouldn't disturb him even if he might miss dinner tonight. Afraid that she might accidentally ruin something for Yuan, Yuan decided to leave him alone until he decides to log off himself, and she left the room a few moments later to do other things. Visit Light Novel Pub, com for the best novel reading experience. Chapter 111 Talents that will make even the heavens jealous. After learning the ancient rank technique, Dragon's Gaze, Yuan remained inside the special space to further study the technique by watching the Great One continuously destroy planets. And because time flows differently in that space, not to mention his state of enlightenment, Yuan forgot about the passage of time and spent 2 more weeks within the special space without even realizing how much time had passed. Of course, only a little more than half a day had passed in the outside world. So besides missing dinner and breakfast, Yuan didn't really miss out too much. Ding! A system notification suddenly appeared before Yuan, snapping him out of his state of enlightenment. Your comprehension for Dragon's Gaze has reached a new level. Dragon's Gaze Mastery Level 1, 2. Dragon's Gaze Rank Ancient Mastery Level 2. Description: a technique created by the Great One. A single gaze will cause immortals to bow and the heavens to tremble in fear. Visit lightnovelpub // for a better experience. The moment Yuan's mastery level increased, the tablet of comprehension outside began to tremble. When the sect elders noticed this, they exclaimed, "Something's going to happen." A few seconds later, the tablet of comprehension cracked like a mirror, and just like the silver tree from the third exam, it exploded into many pieces before revealing a golden tablet. A golden tablet? Is this what happens when one comprehends 100% of the technique? Long Yuan shouted out in sheer excitement. He really did this. This young man really did it. He has achieved the impossible. Heavens, what has happened? Shuejia cried out loud when she saw this, yet she was too nervous to investigate it by herself. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's mind, ha! The dragon suddenly burst with laughter, causing the entire universe to tremble, even shattering a few planets by accident. For more, visit live/tnav/lpub.com. You are truly one amusing human, Yuan. I have never seen a mortal with comprehension abilities as ridiculous as yours. Not even in the upper heavens. Although there are many cultivation monsters in the upper heavens with heaven-sent talents, they're all immortals and gods, and you're the first spirit warrior that has managed to baffle me speechless in such a manner. The dragon praised Yuan, something it has never done before ever since its creation by the Tablet of Comprehension, and it continued speaking. You have talents that will make even the heavens jealous. However, having such immense talent is not always a good thing, as it can also be a misfortune in the cultivation world where everybody is either plotting or destroying one another, especially the envious humans who will do everything in their power to destroy those superior to them if they have the capabilities. Only those with great talent and a powerful background will truly rise in the cultivation world, whilst everyone will require an immense amount of luck and skills to survive. I don't know your background, But with your talents, I can only imagine how many people will try to destroy you before you become too powerful to stop, especially since you are only a spirit warrior. If I were you, I wouldn't reveal my true talents to everyone and remain as low-key as possible. Yuan nodded. I understand. Anyway, you have only a few more days at most inside this space. What do you want to do? The dragon asked him a moment later. Although not much time has passed in the real world, it still feels as though I had lived here for a few weeks, and I am beginning to miss my sister's voice. So he'll leave now, Yuan said. Very well, I shall let you leave now. The dragon's eyes began glowing. However, before teleporting Yuan away, the dragon said, I truly hope that you will obtain the legacy and meet the real me in the upper heavens. Good luck, Yuan. This content is taken from /GetNovellePub/. A moment later, Yuan opened his eyes, and the first thing he noticed was the golden tablet majestically standing before him. Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows, unaware why the stone tablet had suddenly turned golden. When Shuejia noticed that Yuan had finally opened his eyes after sitting there for almost 2 days, she called out to him, Are you okay? Yuan turned around to look at the pretty young lady that was approaching him, completely unaware that his eyes were still glowing golden, resembling the eyes of divine beasts. What is this feeling? When Shuejia looked into Yuan's golden eyes, she felt an indescribable sense of fear and despair that filled in her heart that caused her body to tremble. Thud! Shuejia fell on her, but the next second, and a weird sensation could be felt coming from between her legs before a warm sensation followed. The most up-to-date novels are published on //l/ItNovellePub. Don't look at me. Shuejia quickly cried out loud with a flushed face and covered her face with her arms when she realized that she had accidentally pissed herself after looking into Yuan's eyes that were unknowingly using Dragon's gaze. Are you okay? However, Yuan was still unaware that he was naturally using Dragon's gaze and approached Shuejia with his golden eyes still glowing brightly. Shuejia quickly realized that blocking Yuan from her views did not help her situation at all, when she could still feel his piercing gaze even though she was not looking at him. Stop. Are you doing this on purpose? Stop looking at me and turn around. Shuejia shouted in an angry voice. Okay. Although Yuan was puzzled as to why Shuejia was telling him to look away and why she sounded angry, he listened to her and turned around. A few moments later, a portal appeared a few meters away from Yuan, and a couple of figures walked out of the portal. The source of this content is /GetNovellePub. is Sect Master. Grand Elder. Shuejia was surprised to suddenly see their faces, but it was not too shocking, as Yuan's results were simply that ridiculous. You can return to your living quarters for now, Disciple Shui. However, don't say a single word about what you saw here today. I will speak with you later, Long Yuan said to her with a serious expression on his face. Chapter 112 End of the Disciple Examination. Why yes, Sect Leader. Shuejia quickly stood up before making her way towards the portal and disappearing from the scene, leaving behind a trail of glistening liquid and a small puddle of clear water. Once Shuejia left the place, Long Yuan and Elder Xian turned their attention to Yuan, but when they saw his golden eyes behind the black jade mask, their bodies uncontrollably trembled from a dreadful feeling that made them feel as though they were standing before a powerful beast, almost like they were in a life-or-death situation. Despite their cultivation base as spirit masters, they felt helpless before a mere spirit warrior just from his gaze. It was an incomprehensible feeling for the two experts. Daoist Yuan, can you do something about your eyes? Long Yuan asked Yuan a moment later with a weird smile on his face. My eyes? What about my eyes? Yuan asked, still unaware that his dragon's gaze was active. It's glowing golden, and it doesn't feel comfortable being stared at by it, Long Yuan said. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was active. No wonder why my eyes were feeling a little bit different than usual. Yuan closed his eyes and deactivated the skill. because had gotten used to keeping Dragon's gaze activated inside the special space for many days without rest. It felt as natural as breathing, hence why he didn't notice it instantly. Once the golden eyes were gone, Long Yuan released a relieved sigh before speaking. Hello, Yuan. My name is Long Yuan, and I am the current sect leader for the Dragon Essence Temple. And this over here is Elder Xian stepped forward and extended his arm for a handshake. How are you doing, Yuan? My surname is Xian, Xianzan. Follow current novels on /lightnov/lpub. Xian. Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing this familiar surname. That's right. I am Xian Wuhan's grandfather. She has already told me about you, Elder Xian said. Oh, so you're Xian Wuhan's grandfather. She also told me to come see you if I ever come to the Dragon Essence Temple. Yuan shook his hand. Yes, if you came to me straight away, I could have made you a disciple right away, and you wouldn't have needed to participate in this examination. With that being said, I'm also relieved that you didn't come to me first, or else we would have never realized the full extent of your talents. Elder Xian said with a smile on his face. Long Yuan suddenly began walking, and he stood before the golden tablet a moment later with his hands caressing the solid tablet with a mesmerizing look on his face. Congratulations, Yuan, or should I call you Disciple Yuan now that you have passed the exam? Either way, you have achieved something nobody, not even our founder, could have achieved by comprehending 100% of the technique given to you by the Tablet of Comprehension within 7 days. Hell, you'd even completed it in 2 days. Long Yuan said to him a moment later. Wait a second, 2 days? I have been here for 2 days? Yuan asked them with a dumbfounded look on his face. Yes. Long Yuan nodded. Independent Illinois, be right back. Updated from Lee/GitNovelPub. Yuan immediately logged off to see if Yuro was still around. Yuan immediately called for her after logging off. The young lady has already left for school, young master. A clear voice that belonged to a young lady suddenly responded to him, but it was not Yuro's voice. That voice, is it you, Meishio? Yuan asked. Yes, young master. This is Meishio speaking, she responded. I see. How long have I been in the game? He asked her a moment later. The young master has been playing since yesterday morning, and he's missed 2 meals, last night's dinner and this morning's breakfast. The young lady has ordered me to stand by here just in case you log off and require assistance, Meishio said. Because Meishio was Yuro's personal maid and also the same age as her, Yuro trusted Meishio enough to leave her alone with Yuan, and she would let Meishio take care of Yuan whenever she could not. As for why Meishio wasn't present the previous time Yuro was unable to attend Yuan, it was simply because she was busy with another task. Updated from lightnovelp/u//com, however, it was not only Yuro who trusted Meishio, as Yuan also trusted her, even treating her like a friend, as they have known each other for many years, even before he was crippled. Would you like to eat breakfast or lunch now, young master? It's okay, I'm not hungry. Since Yuro has already gone to school, I will return to the game for now. You don't need to stay here either, Yuan said to her. I cannot do that, as the young lady has specifically ordered me to stay here until she returns, Meishio said. You're just like your mother, always so serious with your job, even though you're around the same age as Yuro. It's admirable, really. Thank you for your compliments, young master. It'll go now. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Yuan went back into the cultivation world. After returning back to the cultivation world, Long Yuan continued speaking to Yuan as though he had never left in the first place. Not only have you achieved something nobody has ever achieved before, but you have done it in an unbelievably short time. If I didn't witness your results with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if someone beats me to death. However, while your achievements are definitely incredible, we also have to keep it a secret for now, or it might bring you, even the Dragon Essence Temple, unnecessary trouble. I will explain more to you later, but for now, let's get you out of this place. Visit /lightnovel//pub.com for the best novel reading experience, What about the special jade slip? Yuan suddenly asked him. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about something like that. I have already decided to let you enter the Dragon Temple. Long Yuan said, and he continued, Come, let's continue our conversation somewhere more comfortable. Chapter 1:13, Introducing Himself. After passing the final exam and meeting Long Yuan and Elder Xian, Yuan followed them out of the examination area through the portal and straight into the spectators' room with the other sect elders present. Where is this? Yuan looked around the unfamiliar scenery. This is the spectators' room, where high-ranking sect elders can watch the disciple examination and see if there are any talented participants they can accept as disciples. Long Yuan said, Hello, Taoist Yuan. Why don't you be my disciple? I can promise you that we'll have a good time together. One of the female sect elders, who had a mature and enchanting figure, suddenly said to Yuan with an alluring gaze, even winking her bright eyes at him. How shameless of you, Elder Shan. The sect master and grand elder are present, you know. Another sect elder quickly scolded her. So what? It's not like they don't already know my character. Elder Shan shrugged, and she continued. Furthermore, someone as talented as Yuan, I would do anything to make him my disciple. He. Elder Shan glared at Yuan with a hungry look on her beautiful face, almost like a predator before its prey. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this, as he has never been glared at with such a chilling gaze before. You're scaring him, Elder Shan, Elder Xian said to her, and he continued. I know you all want him to be your disciple, but we can talk about that later. For now, let's make sure he's comfortable and understands the situation that we're in. Sometime later, Yuan took a seat with the others sitting around him. This content is taken from light/nov/l/pub. Come, for starters, let's introduce ourselves. Long Yuan said. Once again, I am Long Yuan, the current sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple. Elder Xian went next and said, I am one of 3 grand elders, Xianzan. The mature female elder then said, surnamed Shan Shang, and I am in charge of the core disciples. If you're ever feeling lonely or bored, come find me. Okay, Taoist Yuan? I'll entertain you. After a moment of awkward silence, the next elder in the room spoke, Enlightenmen, and I'm also in charge of the core disciples alongside Elder Shan. Bai Ling, and I am in charge of the disciplinary hall. If you ever run into trouble, whether it be with another disciple or a sect elder, you can come find me. Long Yuan then said, there are a few more sect elders that had seen your performance from this place, but they had to leave early for other duties. Would you like to introduce yourself? A brief introduction about yourself, and a little about why you decided to join our Dragon Essence Temple. Yuan nodded and took off his black jade mask, revealing to them his handsome and young face. Oh my, you're much younger and more handsome than I'd expected. I am definitely going to make you my disciple now. Elder Shan's eyes flickered with excitement after seeing Yuan's face, and she even licked her lips in a weird manner. Updated from L/Itnov/pub. Yuan tried his best to ignore the weird woman and said, My name is Yuan, and I am 18 years old. I have only recently become a cultivator, and I want to learn more about the cultivation world, so I came to the Dragon Essence Temple to broaden my views. To Yuan's surprise, nobody there responded to him, and they all stared at him with wide eyes filled with shock. Why, you're only 18 years old, and you became a cultivator only recently? How recently are we talking about? A few years ago? Long Yuan was the first to snap out of his daze and ask Yuan. No, I became a cultivator only a few weeks ago, Yuan responded with an innocent-looking expression on his face. A few weeks ago, everybody in the room simultaneously exclaimed in a shocked voice, with one of them even breaking his chair and falling onto the floor. Just where on earth did you come from? If you don't mind, can you tell us your background? Which powerful family do you belong to? I can promise you that it won't leave this room, and no matter where you came from, we don't treat you any different. I swear on it as the sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple. Long Yuan asked him in a nervous voice, Why does everyone think I am from a powerful family? Yuan responded with puzzlement, and he continued, I don't belong to any powerful family. The most up-to-date novels are published on //lee/gitnovelpub/com. How is that possible? What about your parents? They must be powerful cultivators, right? Elder Xian asked him next. No, my parents are not cultivators. They are musicians, Yuan said. Since he didn't have a family in this world, he told them about his family in the real world. What? Your parents are mortals, and they gave birth to a cultivation prodigy like you. What are the heavens thinking? Long Yuan cried out loud. It was as though the heavens created a cultivation prodigy like Yuan just to mess with every cultivator in the world. Not only is Yuan from a common background and a family of mortals, but he has talents that surpass even the founder of the Dragon Essence Temple, who was once recognized as the #1 expert in the entire lower heavens. If this is not spitting in the face of every cultivator, especially those born from a powerful family, then what is? If what you say is true, and I don't mean to doubt you, then we have a serious issue at hand. Long Yuan spoke a moment later with a serious expression on his face. The other sect elders also nodded their heads with grim looks on their faces, instantly turning the atmosphere heavy. Why would it be an issue that I am not from a powerful family? Yuan asked, still unaware of the situation he was in. Well, to put it simply, there will be countless people who will become envious of your talents. And because you have no powerful family backing you, there will be nothing to stop these people from trying to harm you, destroy you before you can grow too powerful, Long Yuan said to him. Chapter 114, The Importance of Having a Strong Backing. You wish to learn more about the cultivation world, right? Well, the first thing you need to know about the cultivation world is its brutal and unforgiving nature. Long Yuan continued, there are many selfish and cold-hearted cultivators out there who are without reason and will do everything in their power to bully those weaker than themselves and try to destroy those above them if they get the chance. This is why it's extremely important to have a powerful backer or an influential background, especially if you're talented, as they will be able to protect you to a certain extent, and the more powerful you're backing, the safer you'll be in the cultivation world. This is another reason why many cultivators aim for the most prestigious sects, as that will make them feel safer. If you don't have a strong backing or come from a powerful family, other cultivators will be able to bully you without needing to worry about the repercussions. If you have a powerful background, on the other hand, people will have to think twice before they want to mess with you. Do you now understand why it's so important to have a backing and connections in the cultivation world? Cultivators, they can be heartless and selfish creatures that will do anything to achieve their own goals, even if they have to drag down others in order to do so. I see. The dragon also said the same thing, but it didn't go into too much depth. Yuan thought to himself after hearing Long Yuan's long explanation on why it was important for him to have a strong backing. I understand, Yuan nodded afterward. Long Yuan continued to speak a moment later. Now back to our situation. You have immense talents that will make many cultivators jealous, yet you do not come from a powerful family that can protect you, hence why it's a problem. While the Dragon Essence Temple can protect you to a certain extent, and we will do everything in our power to protect you as long as you're a disciple here, there are no guarantees, as there are powerful factions and cultivators out there in this vast world that even we cannot deal with. Therefore, I suggest hiding your real talent from the world until you have sufficient backings. Of course, that is not to say you shouldn't show off your talents, just overdo it like what you did during the third and final exam. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Yuan nodded. Now on to the second matter. Elder Xian, do you want to take over? Long Yuan asked him. Elder Xian nodded before looking at Yuan and speaking. You said that you came to the Dragon Essence Temple for experience, right? I have heard from my granddaughter about how you do not want to be restricted like normal disciples and wish to travel freely. Normally, only core disciples will have such luxury, but we will make an exception for you since you are already at the core disciples level. Although you have just passed the examination and become a disciple, It would make no sense to make someone at your cultivation level an outer court, even an inner court disciple. However, with that being said, we also cannot just make you a core disciple, as that has never happened before and it would upset many of the core disciples. Therefore, we'll make you an outer core disciple in name, so that you can experience the sect from the beginning exactly like you want it while giving you core disciple privileges and benefits. So you'll actually be a core disciple disguised as an outer court disciple until you pass the core disciple examination and become one officially. How does that sound, everyone? Elder Xian asked the others for their feedback. That sounds pretty interesting, Elder Shan said, and she continued, we can keep him hidden from our enemies since they tend to only look at the inner disciples and core disciples. I also approve of this. However, how are we going to hide his cultivation base? Elder Xian asked. I will handle that, Elder Shan said. I have a pill that'll disguise his real cultivation base and make him appear much weaker than he actually is. Visit lie/tnovel/com for a better experience. Long Yuan looked at Yuan and asked him, are you okay with being an outer court disciple for now? If you wish, we can make you an inner court disciple instead. However, Yuan shook his head and said, I want to experience a normal sect life as intended, which means I start from the bottom and walk my way to the top. While it was a little too late for Yuan to live a normal sect life, Long Yuan and the other sect elders did not say anything and decided to let Yuan live that illusion for now. Then it's decided, starting today, you will be an outer court disciple, but if you ever need something, anything at all, just let one of us know and we'll assist you to the best of our abilities without making it too obvious. We'll give you our communication jade slip later so you can contact us whenever you feel the need. Long Yuan said. A moment later, Long Yuan continued, Disciple Yuan, I have two more important matters to discuss with you before I can let you go, so bear with me. The first one is about a place called Mystic Realm that we plan on having you participate in next month, and the second matter is about the Dragon Temple that will most likely happen after the Mystic Realm. Mystic Realm? What's that? Yuan asked. To put it simply, it's a massive competition that happens only once every 10 years where all of the elite sect from around the world send their most talented disciples to participate in the Mystic Realm, a mysterious place that contains many challenges and treasures, and the higher your sect ranks, the more rewards and fame you'll obtain. Long Yuan explained. And he continued a moment later in a passionate voice, Our Dragon Essence Temple ranked 7th for the last event, but with you on our side this year, I have no doubt that we'll achieve at least top 3. Chapter 115, Accepting a Master. Every sect will be given a certain amount of slots, depending on their result from the previous competition, and we managed to secure 3 slots for this year's Mystic Realm, Long Yuan said. One of those spots will be given to you. Of course, we're not going to ask you to participate without anything in return, so we'll give you full access to the Profound Pavilion, where you can learn all kinds of techniques between the mortal rank to earth rank. There are also a few heaven rank techniques available, but you'll need to be accompanied by one of us in order to access those. Furthermore, whatever you obtain from the Mystic Realm, we'll let you keep them. Normally, the disciples are required a hand in the treasures they find inside the Mystic Realm, but we'll make an exception for you. What do you think? Are you willing to participate in the Mystic Realm for the Dragon Essence Temple? Long Yuan asked him afterward. Yuan nodded without hesitation. Sure. I don't mind participating. Since there was no reason for him to refuse, and he was curious about this Mystic Realm, Yuan accepted their request. Great. Then let's talk about the Dragon Temple. The Dragon Temple is a mythical place discovered by our founder, Long Chun, and he built the Dragon Essence Temple around it in order to protect it. It's a mysterious place with many challenging tests, and you'll be rewarded for passing those tests. The only reason why we are not sending more disciples in there is simply because it requires a tremendous amount of resources and effort to open the place for even a single person, and there's a high chance the Dragon Temple might refuse entrance if you're not talented enough. Hence why we only allow those who have exceptional results during the disciple examination to enter the Dragon Temple. Long Yuan explained to him. You wish to enter the Dragon Temple, right? Yes, I do. Yuan nodded. Visit lightnovelp/calm for a better experience. Then I'll immediately start preparing for it now. It should be ready for you shortly after the Mystic Realm if I begin now. That's just how much effort is required to open it. Do you have any questions for us? Long Yuan asked him a moment later. No, not really. Yuan shook his head. Good. Then we can finally... Wait a second. Elder Shan suddenly interrupted Long Yuan. What's the matter, Elder Shan? They looked at her with raised eyebrows. We still haven't decided on who should be Yuan's master, and I would like to volunteer, she said with a stern expression on her face. Updated from L/ItnovelPub //com, the place quickly became silent, as the sect elders there were well aware of Elder Shan's stubborn character. If she truly wanted Yuan to become her disciple, it'll be near impossible to make her give up. Why don't we let the young man himself decide? Such an important matter. Elder Xian said, and he turned to look at Yuan. What do you think, Disciple Yuan? Although disciples are not required to have a master, it's highly recommended that you get one, as they can provide you with resources and advice for your cultivation. Furthermore, having a master is also considered as having a backing within the sect. How about it, little brother? Why don't you come with this big sister here? They'll promise you that you'll never have a boring day when you're my disciple. Elder Shan suddenly stood up and approached Yuan with weird leg movements, appearing incredibly tempting and seductive with every step. And even the other sect elders couldn't help but swallow nervously after seeing her feminine charm. I have only ever accepted female disciples before, but I'll make an exception for you. My disciples are also very beautiful and popular in the sect with countless admirers. So, if you become my disciple, you'll get to meet with them often. Elder Shan walked behind Yuan and leaned on him with her large and heavy racks pressing down on top of Yuan's head. Yuan was speechless. Although he does not understand why Elder Shan was acting so weird and clingy, his heart felt an indescribable sense of danger when around her, almost like a baby rabbit before a hungry tiger. Forget about her, young man. Become my Xian Ming's disciple. Although she may look very young and attractive, don't let her appearance deceive you, as she's actually an old hag over 300 years old. Who are you calling an old hag? You wrinkly old man. Elder Shan quickly removed one of her shoes and tossed it at Elder Xian with an enraged look on her face. How dare you throw your smelly shoes at me? Elder Xian exclaimed. The source of this content is Lie/T/novel/com. Ha! Ignore those two idiots, Brother Yuan. I can see clear righteousness coming from your eyes, and I believe that you'll fit in at our disciplinary hall perfectly. Bai Ling laughed out loud. Disciple Yuan, you're not limited to just sect elders, you know? If you want, I can also accept you as my disciple, Long Yuan suddenly said. Though, with your monstrous comprehension abilities, I doubt any of us will be your master for long, he continued with a bittersweet smile on his face. Sometime later, Elder Shan asked Yuan, what do you think, little brother? Who do you want as a master? After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. Since I cannot really decide, can I just accept all of you as my master? You want all of us? You're quite the greedy one, but that's fine too. Elder Shan chuckled after hearing his answer. Can I not have more than one master? Yuan asked. Although not very common, it's normal for disciples to have more than one master at a time, since it's not possible to learn everything from one master. Though I don't think there has been a disciple who has had the sect master and many high-ranking sect elders as master simultaneously before. Elder Xian said to him, this content is taken from lightnovelpub/c/om. Then again, you're not a normal disciple, and there'll always be a first for everything, just like how you demonstrated during the disciple examination. Chapter 116 Pill of Concealmen. So, does everyone here agree to have Disciple Yuan as their disciple? Long Yuan asked them a moment later, and he continued, they'll be completely honest, his talent is simply too much for us to keep to ourselves. So, instead of being selfish, It's best if we all contribute to teaching him about the cultivation world for the best results. After all, it might affect his growth negatively if he has only one master. I have no qualms about that decision, Bai Ling said with a calm expression on his face. Me neither, Elder Exine said. Everyone there then turned to look at Elder Shan, who held a hard-to-read expression on her beautiful face. After a moment of silence, she sighed out loud. Fine, I'll share him. Although I'd rather keep him for myself, what the Sect Master said makes sense. I doubt he'll be able to train someone as talented as him properly, and he'll only slow down his progress. Sometime later, Long Yuan and the other sect elders there handed Yuan their communication jade slip, so that Yuan could communicate with them whenever he wanted. By the way, is there anything that I need to do now that I have accepted all of you as my master? Yuan asked them. What about the lectures? We do give private lectures to our disciples every month and public lectures once a year, but you're not required to attend either of them. If you have any questions regarding cultivation or need resources for cultivation, you can just let us know using the communication jade slip. Furthermore, because you're still only an outer disciple, well, avoid physically meeting with each other as much as possible since we don't normally communicate with disciples in person, and I don't want the other disciples thinking that we are favoring you too much, as that might affect the entire sect as a whole. Long Yuan said to him. I understand. Yuan nodded. Hey, erase a few more things before we let you go. Elder Xian then handed Yuan 2 separate medallions. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/lpub. C/OM. The silver medallion will allow you to go to the Treasury Hall and obtain as many resources as you need for your cultivation. Just don't overdo it, as we don't have an unlimited supply of resources. I will speak with the elder in charge there and let him know of your existence to avoid any problems. As for the gold medallion, that'll grant you full access to the profound pavilion. He'll also let the elder in charge of that place know about you. Don't lose them. It'll be problematic if someone that's not supposed to have them gets a hold of them. I won't lose them, Yuan said with a serious expression on his face. Sometime later, Elder Shan said to Yuan, Come with me, little brother. I still have to give you the pill that'll disguise your real cultivation base. However, I don't have it on me, so we'll have to get it in my room. Okay, Yuan nodded innocently without thinking too much about it. However, Elder Exine blocked Yuan's path and said to Elder Shan, You can go back by yourself and return here once you have the pill. I don't trust you one bit with him, especially if you'll be alone with him. Who knows what you'll do to this innocent boy when you're alone with him? You are thinking too lowly of me, Elder Exine. Do you really believe that I would lay my hands on my own disciple? Elder Shan sighed with a disappointed look on her face, and she continued, Despite my character, I am still a maiden, you know. Oomph. Elder Exine coldly snorted, not even bothering to answer her. The source of this content is light/n/ovalpub. Fine. We'll be right back. Elder Shan shook her head before leaving the building. While Elder Shan left to grab the pill, Long Yuan handed Yuan a medallion of his own and said, This is the absolute authority medallion, and only the sect master can hand it out. As long as you have this, nobody in the sect will dare to touch you. However, don't go flaunting it every chance you get and only use it during emergencies, and of course don't lose it. Thank you. Yuan nodded as he tossed another medallion into his spatial ring. Once Elder Shan returned a few minutes later, she handed Yuan a black pill the size of a fingernail. Eat this, and nobody but spirit masters and above will be able to tell your real cultivation base. Elder Shan handed him the pill. Pill of Concealment, Tier 2. Purity, 92%. Effects. Temporarily conceals your cultivation base by 7 levels for 30 days. Description. Only works if you are below Spirit Master. After tossing the pill into his mouth and swallowing it with the help of some water, Yuan could feel his aura being suppressed, yet his strength remained the same. This content is taken from lightnovel/pub///com. There. Now you're only a 7th level spirit apprentice, just enough to qualify as an inner disciple, Elder Shan said afterward. Sometime later, Long Yuan opened another portal to the disciple examination and said to Yuan, "Once you return to the examination, just enter the gate behind the tablet of comprehension, and you'll be teleported to the gathering area where everyone that has passed the examination will be gathered. Hey, erase your token. It's proof that you have passed the disciple examination. Although we won't see each other for a while, we'll always be watching over you. So go ahead and enjoy life as a disciple until the mystic realm," Elder Xian said to him. "Good luck, Brother Yuan," Bai Ling said to him. "Try not to cause too much trouble," Elder Xin said with a smile. Lastly, Elder Shan said to him before kissing the palm of her hands and blowing it towards his direction, "If you're ever feeling lonely, come find me at Blossom Peak. I will see you all later, seniors. Thank you for everything so far." Yuan bowed to them before entering the portal and disappearing from the room. Chapter 1, 17 Golden Symbols. Once Yuan entered the portal and disappeared from the spectators' room, Long Yuan and all of the sect elders there sat down in a chair with an exhausted expression on their faces. Heavens, that was exhausting. Elder Xin was the first to speak there, and he continued a moment later, "It's really difficult being around a genius like Yuan. There's simply something about his aura that frightens me. You got that feeling too? Although I cannot tell what it is, there's something fearsome hidden within Yuan, and it felt like there were always two pairs of eyes watching me at all times." Long Yuan said with his back soaked in sweat. "Perhaps I'm just imagining things, and it's just his natural aura. There will soon be a massive ripple sweeping the entire cultivation world, especially after the mystic realm, when Yuan's existence will be known to the rest of the world and to all of the elite sects out there, and we'll need to be prepared before that happens, or our Dragon Essence Temple will be in danger," Elder Xian said to them with a serious expression on his face. "Yes, this is a serious risk that our Dragon Essence Temple is taking. But this is what usually happens when an extraordinary genius appears in the cultivation world," Long Yuan said, and he continued, "However, we cannot be afraid to take risks, or our Dragon Essence Temple will never stand at the top again. By the way, I just realized this, but we never asked Yuan what kind of cultivation technique he had received from the Tablet of Comprehension. Since his examination results were on the founder's level, there's a high chance that Head learned the same technique our founder learned. A divine rank technique, if the rumors are correct," Bai Ling suddenly said to them. "There's no need to ask him, since I witnessed it for myself," Long Yuan said. "Really? What kind of technique did he learn?" Bai Ling asked with a curious look on his face. Long Yuan closed his eyes to recall Yuan's golden eyes before speaking a moment later. "The technique our founder used to dominate the lower heavens. It was an otherworldly technique that allowed him to completely freeze his opponent's movements by instilling deep fear into their very soul with a mere gaze, right? According to some of the records that were written by witnesses that have seen our founder's battles, our founder's eyes would glow golden whenever he activates this technique. And when I met Yuan for the first time after he finished his exam, his eyes were glowing golden, and it was able to make even a peak spirit master such as myself experience fear. For more, visit Light Novel Pub /C///OM. The place quickly turned silent after Long Yuan ended a sentence. If Yuan really learned the founder's technique, there's a very high chance that Hell dominate the lower heavens like the founder had. It's only a matter of when Hell achieve it, Elder Shan said with a serious look on her face for once. Therefore, we should protect him at all cost. I agree with Elder Shan. Our founder was so talented during his time that there hasn't been anyone who managed to reach his heights, even 100,000 years later. If Yuan, who has talents that surpass even a founder, we must make sure he grows up properly. Bai Ling said, "If we can protect Yuan until he can dominate the lower heavens, our Dragon Essence Temple will once again rise to the top. If we fail, however, our Dragon Essence Temple might crumble." Elder Xin said with a pondering expression on his face. "Is there even a need to think about this? Of course, we will protect Yuan even if we have to risk the entire Dragon Essence Temple. I'm sure the founder would also say the same if he was here." Long Yuan stood up and said, I agree with the sect master. Who knows what other talents Yuan might be hiding, Elder Xian said. Then it's decided. Well, protect Yuan at all costs. Elder Xin and Elder Bai nodded their heads. Someone who's even more talented than our founder. Huh? I can already imagine how the ladies will react once they learn about Yuan. Therefore, I should take advantage of my situation and be the first to act. Elder Shan chuckled with a weird expression on her face. Do you have no shame, Elder Shan? You're already 300 years old, while Yuan is merely 18 years old. Hell, choose your disciples before he even considers you. Elder Xin laughed out loud. The source of this content is //lee/gitnovelpub. C/OM. One's age becomes inconsequential when you are both cultivators, especially at the higher levels. You are just jealous that I am going after Yuan while I rejected you 200 years ago. Elder Shan looked at Elder Xin with a smirk on her face. Elder Xin became speechless after being reminded of his youthful days when he was infatuated with Elder Shan, but was ultimately rejected by her. Did you really have to bring that up? That's very underhanded of you. He sighed a moment later. Meanwhile, after entering the portal, Yuan returned to the examination hall with the golden tablet of comprehension still standing there. Yuan approached the golden tablet and bowed it. Thank you for everything. I will try my best to find your legacy in the Dragon Temple and meet the real you somewhere in the upper heavens. The tablet of comprehension suddenly trembled, and the symbols on the tablet began moving, before emerging from the golden tablet and flying directly at Yuan's body, submerging itself within his body. What the? Yuan patted his body after the symbols disappeared into his body. Oddly enough, he didn't feel any different, nor did any notifications pop up, so he has no clue as to what had just happened. Follow current novels on lightnovel/pub//com. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's body, golden symbols appeared on all of his bones, yet neither Xiao Huan or Feng Yixiao could see or sense the golden symbols. Sometime later, Yuan left the examination hall through the gate, becoming the first person to complete the disciple examination. Chapter 118, Becoming a Disciple. After passing through the gate, Yuan was transported to a gathering area somewhere in the outer areas of the Dragon Essence Temple. What? You have passed the exam already? What's your name? And let me see your token. The sect elders in charge of the new disciples were dumbfounded when they saw Yuan appearing from the gates. As the other participants are still in the final examination, try to comprehend their techniques, and even if some of them have already managed to comprehend 10% before the 7-day period, they would always try to study the technique as much as they can before their time is up. Here you go. My name is Yuan. Yuan showed the sect elders the token that proved that had indeed passed the examination. Once the sect elders confirmed the integrity of the token, they said to Yuan, "Very well. Come with me to gather your uniform and identification token." Yuan proceeded to follow the sect elder into this building, where he was handed 3 sets of outer court disciple uniforms. How old are you, and what is your cultivation base? The sect elder then asked him. 18 years old, 7th level spirit apprentice, Yuan responded. 7th level spirit apprentice? That's pretty high for your age, and you are already qualified to take the inner court disciple examination. However, you must be a disciple for at least a month before you can take the exam. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. After recording Yuan's information into a logbook, the sect elder handed Yuan his identification token and another item before speaking. This is the Dragon Essence Temple's rulebook. It contains everything you can and cannot do as a disciple of the sect. If you break any rules, you'll be sent to the disciplinary hall for punishment. If you break enough rules, or one major rule, your disciple status will be renounced, and you will no longer be a disciple of the sect. In worst-case scenario, you'll have your cultivation crippled before being thrown out with death, even a possibility. Therefore, I highly urge you to read and memorize the entire rulebook. I understand, Yuan nodded. Also, there will be a small lecture that will be held later that all newly accepted disciples must attend before they are allowed into the sect, as it will teach you more about the sect and things you are expected to do as a disciple. However, since you have finished the examination much faster than others, you'll have to wait a few days until the disciple examination ends. The sect elder then pointed to a long building with many doors not too far away from them and said, "You can stay in one of those rooms until then. The lecture will happen in 7 days when the examination officially ends. Take this time to read the rule book." "Okay, thank you, Senior." Yuan bowed to the sect elder before going into one of the rooms. Once he was inside the room, Yuan looked at the small place with a speechless look on his face. There was barely any free space in the room, and besides a small bed that could not really be called a bed because it was completely made of stone and the toilet, there was nothing else in the room. "I am supposed to live here for an entire week? This is ridiculous." Yuan sighed loudly before sitting on the cold, hard bed. Luckily for him, he can simply log off the game and wait in the real world inside his comfortable room. However, such a thing was impossible for the people of this world, and Yuan pitied them. "Congratulations on passing the disciple examination and becoming a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple, Brother Yuan." Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. Updated from lightnovel.pub//com. "Oh, Xiao Hua. Thank you. And it feels like it's been forever since I last heard your voice," Yuan said. "Xiao Hua is always with Brother Yuan, and she's always watching him," Xiao Hua said. "Congratulations, young master. It seems like you have learned another powerful technique." Feng Yixio's voice resounded next. "Thank you, Feng Feng." Because most of the events had happened inside Yuan's mind. Neither Xiao Hua nor Feng Yixiao knew about the Great One or anything that happened inside the special space. After talking with Xiao Hua and Feng Yixiao for a few minutes, Yuan retrieved the Dragon Essence Temple rulebook and began reading through it thoroughly, not daring to miss a single sentence, as he didn't want to accidentally break any rules. No fighting between disciples. If you have a problem with another disciple, settle it on the stage after notifying a sect elder. Offenders will be punished with 3 months of solitary confinement in the disciplinary cave. Murder, rape, and other similar disgraceful behaviors will not be tolerated in this sect. Offenders will have their cultivation crippled and their disciple status renounced. Any degree of betrayal towards the sect will be punished with execution by beheading. The source of this content is lightnovel/pu//b. Yuan spent almost the rest of his time playing to read and memorize the rulebook that had a little over 100 pages. Once it was time for dinner, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Yuro to return. "Brother, are you still playing the game?" Yuro asked him after entering his room. "I'm here, Yuro, and I would like to apologize for missing dinner and breakfast. I got too caught up with the disciple examination that I forgot about the time," Yuan said in an apologizing tone. "Don't worry about it, brother. I'll forgive you since you appeared on the announcement again after learning an ancient rank skill. Tell me all about it when I come back with your dinner, okay?" "Okay." Yuro then left the room to prepare for his dinner. Half an hour later, Yuro returned to his room, and Yuan began telling her about everything he's experienced in the examination, including his encounter with the Great One and its legacy. Chapter 119, Outer Court Disciple. "Do you need more food, brother? You did miss last night's dinner and today's breakfast, after all," Yuro asked him after feeding him 3 bowls of soup. "Thank you, and no, I don't," Yuan said. "Okay, then I'll leave you alone for now." After Yuro left the room, Yuan began cultivating by absorbing the spiritual energy in the room, and he would cultivate until the following morning when Yuro returned to his room with breakfast in her hands. After breakfast, Yuan went back in to check whether there were more people who'd passed the examination, but alas, there has yet to be another participant who'd passed the disciple examination besides him. Seeing this, Yuan went back into his small room and reread the rule book one more time before logging off and spending the rest of his time cultivating in the real world. Yuan would repeat this for the next 4 days until he could finally see other participants who had passed the examination appear at the gathering area, and had also managed to reach the 6th Spirit Apprentice during this time. However, since there are still 3 days before the lecture, Yuan did not linger around and logged off to cultivate some more in the real world. After waiting for a grand total of 7 days, once the disciple examination had officially ended and all of the participants who had passed the exam gathered in the Dragon Essence Temple, Yuan finally emerged from a small room and blended in with the crowd of new disciples while waiting for the lecture to begin. There were a little over 300 disciples there, and considering how there were tens of thousands of people that had participated in the disciple examination from the beginning, it showed just how difficult the disciple examination truly was to the rest of the world. Visit lee/gitnov/lpub.com for a better experience. Yuan looked around, and there were a few familiar faces that he recognized from the disciple examination, and one of them was Ferrymen, who had displayed an impressive performance during the 3rd examination and definitely one of the most prominent figures there. Meanwhile, Ferrymen was also looking around with her small head turning left and right, seemingly trying to find a certain individual. However, when she couldn't see this person she was looking for, a puzzled and surprised look appeared on her face. Where's that person with the black jade mask? Surely, he didn't fail the disciple examination, right? Not only was he a spirit warrior, but he also had an unfathomable aura. There's no way someone like that could possibly fail the disciple examination. Minli pondered to herself when she could not see a man wearing a black jade mask in the crowd. However, little did she know that Yuan was standing only a few feet away from her. Though, not only did Yuan change his appearance, but he also consumed the pill of concealment that disguised his cultivation and aura, so it was only natural that Minli did not recognize him. After standing around for a few minutes, one of the sect elders appeared before them and said, "All of you new disciples, follow me to the lecture site." "Yes, senior." The disciples then followed the sect elder like a group of ducklings. Sometime later, they arrived at this large building and entered it. Once inside, they all took a seat and waited for the sect elder. The most up-to-date novels are published on /l/itnovelp/ub.com. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you all on passing the disciple examination and becoming a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple. Out of 54,000 cultivators that participated in the disciple examination, only 310 of you have managed to become a disciple. This is something you should be proud of. For this lecture, they'll be talking mostly about a few sect rules and a few general things you need to know as a disciple of the Dragon Essence Temple. Let me begin with your status as an outer court disciple. While you're a disciple of the great Dragon Essence Temple, and you should feel proud, just remember that there is always someone better than you and that you are only an outer court disciple. If you see a senior, be it a fellow disciple or a sect elder, be courteous and greet them. If a senior asks you a question, answer them. In the cultivation world, and not just the sect, respecting your seniors will go a long way. As an outer court disciple, do not expect any support from the sect when it comes to resources until you are an inner court disciple. If you want resources, work for them. The Dragon Essence Temple has over 100,000 disciples, which means resources are scarce and only those who are worthy will be supported. Although you may have become a disciple, you have not yet contributed to the sect, so do not expect the sect to hand out free food. Now many of you should be wondering how you can obtain resources in the sect. Allow me to introduce you to the Contribution Hall, where you can spend your contribution points for resources and treasures alike. There are 3 different contribution halls, each located within their own court, so the outer court will have their own contribution hall, whilst inner court will also have one. The difference between each contribution halls are the resources you can obtain from them, meaning you'll be able to obtain more valuable treasures in the inner court compared to the outer court, as this is a privilege for those who had earned it, and an incentive for you to climb higher in the sect and the cultivation world. The disciples swallowed nervously after hearing the sect elder's words. "How does one obtain contribution points, senior?" One of the disciples raised his hands to ask. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnov/lpu/b.com. There are many methods you can use to obtain contribution points. You do missions for the sect, you sell treasures you don't need, and you can even ask for them from your fellow disciples," said the sect elder. Chapter 120, Their First Lecture. What kind of missions do we have to do, Senior? And where do we accept these missions? Another disciple asked after the sect elder stopped talking. You can find and accept all kinds of missions at the mission hall. Every mission inside the mission hall are requests from the people in the outside world. So you will obtain more than just contribution points from the sect, which is basically a little bonus from the sect, explained the sect elder. I should also let you know that as outer court disciples, you are obligated to complete at least one mission every 3 months, so quarterly. Failure to do so will result in punishment that is usually in the form of a fine, so you'll have to pay contribution points. There are a variety of missions with their own difficulties, so you can choose to do easy missions that require no skills like cleaning dishes for some restaurant, or the more difficult missions that require you to hunt specific magical beasts for their materials. Of course, the harder the mission, the more rewarding it will be at the end. However, don't chew more than you can bite, as there have been plenty of incidents that resulted in the deaths of disciples because the disciple arrogantly or ignorantly try to challenge something they have no qualifications to even challenge. Sometime later, the sect elder continued, "Okay, I think I have covered enough about contribution points. Now let's talk about what the sect of you as outer court disciples. First and foremost, you are not allowed to leave the sect without permission from the sect unless you're on a mission, and only inner court disciples and above are allowed to leave the sect as they please. If you need to go somewhere, you must go to the reception hall and state your reason for leaving the sect. If the sect deems it reasonable, they will allow you to leave. If you're outside on a mission, you're not allowed to wander too much. If you leave the sect for too long without any accountability and for an unreasonably long amount of time, the sect will deem you as a deserter or dead and revoke your disciple status. This is mostly to prevent the outer court disciples from getting out of hand in the outside world. You guys are no longer mortals, but cultivators, disciples of an elite sect. Therefore, you must learn to separate yourself from the mortal world. If you encounter trouble with other cultivators while you are outside, try to solve it peacefully, especially if the opposite party belongs to another elite sect. While it's very common for disciples from other sects to fight each other, and our sect does not forbid fighting against others, you should know that there are people and places you cannot offend. Just keep that in mind because the Dragon Essence Temple is not invincible in this vast cultivation world. After talking about a few more things regarding their status as outer court disciples, the sect elder began talking about a few rules for the sect. Follow current novels on lightnovel.com. This can be found in your rulebook, but I'm still going to mention it because it still happens very often between disciples from all ranks. If you are in a disagreement with another disciple, before you duke it out in the middle of the sect and destroy the sect's property or accidentally hurt other disciples, find a sect elder to settle it for you. If that's not enough, you can challenge the other to an official fight in the arena, where you are free to fight each other to your heart's content. However, you're not allowed to kill your opponent. If the two of you truly hate each other to the point where you're not willing to exist in the same world, you can request for a death match, and you will be able to kill your opponents during the death match. However, once you agree to a death match, the sect will no longer protect you no matter what happens, and you will be at the mercy of your opponent and vice versa. Therefore, don't request for a death match if you fear death. After talking about a few more major rules that they should not break, the sect elders asked the disciples, "Do any of you have any questions for me before I let you all live your life as disciples?" "Where do we live, sect elder?" One of the disciples raised her hands and asked. Your identification badge will show you the location of your living quarters, and it also acts as a key to the house, so don't lose it. Furthermore, all outer court disciples are required to have roommates, though there will be some exceptions if you come from a renowned family. The sect elder glanced at Min Li briefly before continuing. Any more questions? When can we start participating in lectures by the sect elders? Another disciple asked. You can participate in them whenever you want. There will be at least 2 lectures a week from different sect elders at the education peak if you wish to listen to the lectures. If you're lucky, you might even get to see one of the higher-ranking sect elders there. Of course, They only appear once a year. After spending a few more minutes answering the disciples' questions, the sect elder handed out another book to everybody there and said, "This is a guidebook that mentions all of the locations and buildings within the Dragon Essence Temple, and it answers most frequently asked questions. Even if you're looking for something specific, it should all be in there." Follow current novels on lightnov.com. Now that you have completed your first lecture, I shall let you all experience life as a disciple for the Dragon Essence Temple for yourselves. Thank you, Senior. All of the disciples then stood up and bowed to the sect elder before leaving the building with excitement and enthusiasm. However, right as Yuan approached the door, the sect elder suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Please stay here for a little longer, disciple Yuan." "Oh, okay." Yuan nodded with a startled look on his face. Chapter 121, 1,000 Contribution Points. "What's the matter, Senior?" Yuan asked him once the rest of the disciples had left the room. "Grand Elder Xian told me to hand you this identification token to you," said the sect elder as he handed Yuan another identity token. "Identification token? But I already have one." Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "Don't ask me. I'm just following the Grand Elder's orders." The sect elder shrugged before walking away in a hurried manner, almost like he didn't want to stay there any longer. What kind of background does that disciple have that the Grand Elder would do something like this for him? The sect elder wondered to himself after leaving the building, as this is his first time seeing a Grand Elder being involved with a mere outer court disciple, and he made a mental note to not offend a disciple named Yuan. Once the sect elder was gone, Yuan used his spiritual sense to activate the identification token, and inside his mind appeared the location of his living quarters. However, since he has two identification tokens, Yuan looked into both of them just in case there was a difference. Dragon Essence Temple Identification Bronze Token. Disciple Name: Yuan. Disciple Status: Outer Disciple. Living Quarters: Outer Court Building #2/600. The most up-to-date novels are published on L//Iton/Ovalpub. C/OM. Mission completed 0. Contribution points 0. Offenses 0 __. Dragon Essence Temple Identification Gold Token. Disciple Name: Yuan. Disciple Status: Outer Disciple. Living Quarters: Outer Court Building #70. Mission completed 0. Updated from lightnovelpub.com. Contribution points 1000. Offenses 0 1000. Contribution points. Although he didn't know its worth, Yuan was delighted to suddenly have 1,000 contribution points. While Yuan didn't know this, the 1,000 contribution points was a portion of what Elder Xian earned after winning the gamble regarding his results during the Tablet of Comprehension. There were also two different buildings, so Yuan decided to take a look at the living quarter attached to the bronze token, which was building #2/600 within the outer sect. After following the map in the token for about half an hour, Yuan arrived before this ordinary-looking building. Once he used the token to open the door, Yuan entered the house and looked around. There were many rooms available inside the house, 6 to be exact, and 5 of them had their doors closed whilst the room near the end of the hallway was open. Yuan walked to the end of the hallway to look inside the room, and as had expected, the room was completely empty. This isn't much better than the guest room ID stayed 7 days in. Yuan was baffled when he saw how the bed alone took up half of the entire room. Visit lightnov.com for the best novel reading experience, however. At least this bed has a mattress on it. The quality of the mattress was another matter, though, as it was tough and uncomfortable. Of course, Yuan was unaware that there was a good reason as to why an elite sect such as the Dragon Essence Temple would have such poor living conditions, as having a comfortable bed or environment would only encourage laziness. Hence why the sect is making it difficult for the disciples to relax and be lazy. Hopefully the other building is slightly better, Yuan sighed before walking out of the room. Are you a new disciple? One of the other 5 closed rooms there suddenly opened, and a young man around Yuan's age walked out of the room at the same time Yuan walked out of his room. Yes, I am, Yuan nodded. I see. Well, welcome to building #2-600. My surname is Shun, and I became a disciple here not long ago, 3 months ago. The disciple extended his hand for a handshake. Yuan accepted the handshake and introduced himself. My name is Yuan, and I just passed the disciple examination. Oh, did you perhaps manage to see ferrymen during the examination? Disciple Shun suddenly changed topics. New novel chapters are published on /lightnovelp/ub. C/om. Ferrymen? Oh yes, I saw her achieving 50 steps during the 3rd examination. Yuan nodded. Damn, you lucky bastard managed to witness ferrymen's glory. I wish I was there. If only I didn't decide to participate in the previous examination. Disciple Shun exclaimed, dumbfounding Yuan. Is she that famous? Yuan asked him afterward. Of course. Don't tell me you've not heard of her family. The Min family? They are one of the 7 legacy families. Disciple Shun spoke with an admiring look on his face. Legacy families? What are those? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as this is his first time hearing such a thing. You must have come from a backwater place if you don't even know of the 7 legacy families. They're the most influential and powerful families within the lower heavens. However, the most special thing about the legacy families is their history and background, as they are merely branches of a much larger power in the upper heavens. Why would they do that? Yuan asked. To train their descendants, obviously. If their descendants, which is ferrymen in this case, fulfill her family's legacy, she will receive immense status and power once she returns to her family in the upper heavens. And for a family to have their own legacy, the Min family must be immensely powerful even in the upper heavens. Wow, the cultivation world is much more complicated than I thought. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. New novel chapters are published on lig/ht/novelpub/com. Anyways, I'm going to see if there are any easy missions I can partake in at the mission hall. They'll see you around, fellow disciple. Disciple Shun waved at him before leaving the building. Meanwhile, Yuan followed the map in his 2nd identification token and went to his 2nd living quarters. This is, however, before he even reached his building, Yuan was quickly dumbfounded by the luxurious buildings located in this area, feeling as though he had accidentally entered the wrong neighborhood that was meant for the wealthy and powerful disciples. Am I going to live here? Yuan wondered as he looked for building number 70. Chapter 122. You don't belong here. After walking around for a few minutes and following the building numbers, Yuan finally arrived at building number 70, and it was a large building with 2 floors. This is definitely better than the previous house, but this might be a little too much of an improvement. Yuan stood in front of the building for a minute to admire the aesthetics of these buildings. Congratulations on passing the disciple examination. Ferrymen, of course, we knew you'd pass the examination before you even took it. Forget about passing the examination. Ferrymen had achieved 50 steps in the Silver Pond. It has been 7 years since someone managed such a feat. I'm sure the Min family will be ecstatic once they hear of this. How would you like to celebrate this occasion? Should we have a feast at the Dragon Pavilion later? That sounds like a great idea. What do you think, ferrymen? The food's on us. When Yuan overheard this conversation, he turned around and noticed a large group of disciples walking with a beautiful young lady, ferrymen. However, these disciples were not wearing the outer court's uniform. The outer court disciples are given plain white clothes as their uniforms, whilst the inner court disciples get to wear colorful blue and green uniforms, and that was what the majority of the disciples following ferrymen were wearing. Ferrymen suddenly stopped walking when she noticed Yuan standing not far away, and the other disciples also stopped to look at Yuan. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Who's that guy? I don't recognize his face. One of the disciples there said. I don't either. Then what's he doing in this area? Looking at his uniform, he's only an outer court disciple. Besides ferrymen, who's from one of the 7 legacy families and the top-ranking disciples, How many outer court disciples get to live here? He must have gotten lost or something. While the disciples mumbled to each other, trying to figure out Yuan's ability, Fairy Min narrowed her eyes and stared at Yuan with a pondering expression. Why does it feel like I have seen him somewhere before? Fairy Min thought to herself. She was confident that she has never seen Yuan before, yet she couldn't shake off this feeling that she has seen him somewhere before, and it was very recently, too. However, her thoughts were quickly interrupted by the disciples around her. Hey, you there. What do you think you're doing in this place? This is not a place where ordinary outer court disciples can just wander around. Get out of here. New novel chapters are published on Li/novel/pub. Calm hearing the disciples' question, Yuan responded in a calm voice, "But I live here." What? You live here? The disciples exchanged glances with each other before one of them asked, "Are you a new disciple? Which family do you belong in?" "Yes, I just passed the disciple examination, and I don't belong to any family," Yuan said. How can a nobody, a new disciple, no less, be assigned a house in this area meant for the privileged? Did the sect elders make a mistake somewhere and accidentally gave him the wrong house? One of the disciples spoke his thoughts out loud. That must be a case. Although it's uncommon, mistakes like this are bound to happen every so often. The other disciples quickly agreed with the disciple who just spoke. You heard us. There must have been a mistake that allowed you to get a house in this place. Return to the sect elder who handed you your identification token and tell him about the mistake. If you want to live in this area, you must either be ranked top 10 in the disciple ranking for the outer court disciples ranking or come from a prominent family, like Fairy Min here. Hurry up and get out of here. You're ruining our moods. Yuan was speechless. These disciples were essentially telling him to tell Grand Elder Xian that Head made a mistake. New novel chapters are published on /lightnovel/. After a moment of silence, Yuan said to the disciples, I don't think there were any mistakes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I would like to settle down in my new home. Yuan turned around and began walking toward his house. The disciples were dumbfounded by Yuan's daring response. Meanwhile, the disciple who just told Yuan to the audacity. Do you know who you were talking to? I am an inner court disciple. Since you're a new disciple, I won't blame you too much. However, for you to claim that you live here despite what we told you whilst being a nobody, that's spitting in the faces of everyone that lives here, which includes Fairy Min. Therefore, I'm going to need you to get on your knees and apologize to her. The inner court disciple stepped forward and pointed at Yuan with an overbearing aura. Yuan was speechless. It hasn't even been half a day since he got to live life as a disciple, and he's already in an awkward situation with other disciples. Do you hear me? Get on your knees and apologize to Fairy Min. The inner court disciple repeated, seemingly adamant about making Yuan apologize. However, despite his humble nature, Yuan was not the type to apologize for something he didn't do, especially if the other party was being unreasonable. Updated from light//novel/pub/com. Why should I apologize? If there has truly been a mistake with my lodging, I will leave. However, you did not hand me my identification token, so you don't know that. Yet you're telling me to apologize. Don't be unreasonable, Yuan said to the disciples with a slight frown on his face. And he continued, if you want to continue arguing that I don't belong here, you can bring a sect elder here and we could settle it that way. Until then, I'm going to stay here. Goodbye. Yuan turned around and opened the door with the identification token before walking inside. Get back here, you little bastard. Yuan heard an angry shout as he entered the building, but he ignored it and closed the door, leaving the people outside completely speechless, as this is the first time they have encountered an outer court disciple like Yuan. Chapter 123, Returning with a Sect Elder. That damn disrespectful little brat. He's only a mere outer court disciplehood, just passed the disciple examination. How dare he disrespect and defy so many inner court disciples? Who the fuck does he think he is? The inner court disciple that Yuan ignored stomped the floor angrily, feeling his blood boiling from anger, as this is his first time being treated in such a fashion ever since he became an inner court disciple. And to make things even worse, it happened right in front of Ferryman, the woman he admired, right? I have never seen a disciple that disobedient towards his seniors. There must be something wrong with that disciple's head. He was probably dropped on the head when he was young. Since he wants to play, they'll play with him. He thinks everything will be okay if a sect elder is involved. They'll show him just how mistaken he is. A mere outer court disciple dares to defy me? Courting death. The inner court disciple sneered. Anyway, I will apologize for that disciple's crime. Please don't mind him. They'll have him kicked out of this place as soon as possible. After all, only privileged geniuses such as yourself are worthy of living here. The inner court disciple said to her with a smile on his face. You can do whatever you want. Ferryman spoke for the first time, yet her voice was without emotions, almost like she was not interested in the situation or the disciples following her. Anyway, what do you think about our offer, Ferryman? Do you want to celebrate with us at the Dragon Pavilion later today? The other disciples continued to ask her. No, thank you. I'm busy with other things, Ferryman said to them before she began walking again. A few moments later, Ferryman stopped in front of a certain building and began walking towards the door. When the disciples following her saw the building she was approaching, their faces dropped and their complexions paled. Visit /l/i/geitno/velpub.com for a better experience. What? That's ridiculous. Ferryman's living quarters is actually right beside that little bastard. One of the disciples exclaimed out loud. Indeed, Ferryman was assigned to building number 69, making Yuan her neighbor. He won't be living there for long. That's right. It'll be a miracle if he's still living in that building after today. I would love to break that door down and drag that little fucker out here and give him a good beating, but this is a special place that even we, inner court disciples, cannot intrude. Enough talking. I'm going to get a sect elder to force that bastard out here and kowtow to us. I'm going to let him know the disparity between an outer court disciple and an inner court disciple today. Ha ha ha. He'll stay here to make sure he doesn't go anywhere or try to run away. It's too late, even if he's realized his mistakes. After today, he won't ever dare to disrespect another inner court disciple again. The inner court disciple nodded before leaving the scene to look for a sect elder, whilst the other disciples lingered around the area, patiently waiting for him to return in anticipation for some good drama. Meanwhile, inside her house, after closing the door, Ferryman sighed out loud. What a bunch of annoying and shameless individuals. I don't even know them, yet they're treating me as though we're best friends because of my background. Visit l/i/tno/velpub.com for a better experience. The inner court disciples and other disciples that have been following Ferryman were complete strangers that decided to follow her on their own will, but such a scene was not uncommon for her. As the young lady of the Min family, there are always people looking for an opportunity to form a connection with her because of her powerful family, and it has been that way since she was young. However, she quickly learned that ignoring them and treating them as though they are invisible was the best solution, hence why she didn't tell them to go away. Though, I do feel sorry for that outer court disciple. He has offended so many inner court disciples on his first day as a new disciple in this sect, and I share some blame for his situation, as I was the one who brought them with me, even if it wasn't intentional. Ferryman sighed. However, it was too late to save the outer court disciple after everything that had happened, as the whole head dug himself was simply too deep. Even if a sect elder solves the problem with the lodging, the inner court disciples will surely continue to make that outer court disciple's life a living hell for offending them. Furthermore, as a member of a legacy family, she cannot meddle with others' affairs too much, as it could reflect on her family as a whole, something she cannot afford to happen even if she has to turn a blind eye to some unfortunate young man. Sometime later, the inner court disciple returned to Yuan's living quarters with a sect elder by his side. Heavens! That Xiao Kong actually brought back Elder Yao, who is known for being especially harsh on outer court disciples, while being the complete opposite for inner court disciples. That outer court disciple is truly unlucky to have to deal with some like Elder Yao. Ha! Forget about staying in that building. That outer court disciple probably won't be able to stay in the sect after this. Greetings, Elder Yao. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub / come the disciples there greeted him when he got close. Where's the outer court disciple that dares to disrespect inner court disciples and act almighty before the young lady of the Min family? Elder Yao spoke loudly. A few moments later, the inner court disciple, known as Xiao Kong, stopped in front of building number 70 and said to Elder Yao, while pointing at the building, "This is the place, Elder Yao. He's inside." Elder Yao nodded with an angry frown on his face. "Good. I will make this insolent brat regret being born today." Step back. Chapter 124, Lowering Their Heads. The disciples there immediately moved to make a path for Elder Yao, who approached Yuan's living quarters with heavy steps. I have never seen Elder Yao so angry before. That outer court disciple is dead. He's definitely going to regret acting all tough after meeting Elder Yao. The disciples there watched with anticipation as Elder Yao stepped on the doorstops in front of Yuan's building. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Yao knocked on the door with force before shouting in a vicious voice, "This is Elder Yao from the 3rd Disciplinary Squad. Get your ass out here right this instant and identify yourself, outer court disciple." The disciples standing not far away felt their hearts tremble after hearing Elder Yao's loud voice, and even though they were not the ones in trouble, it still struck fear into their minds. Bang, bang, bang. Get out here right this instant. Or do I have to force myself inside instead? Outer court disciple. Elder Yao knocked on the door again when nobody answered the door after 5 short seconds. After a few more seconds, the door finally opened, and Yuan appeared before them once again with a calm expression on his face. "So you're the outer court disciple who claimed that you belong in this area? If that's the case, how come I don't recognize your face at all, huh?" Elder Yin narrowed his eyes at Yuan's face. Follow current novels on lighten/ovalpub/com. Isn't it normal that Yuan recognize everyone in the world? Yuan asked with his eyebrows raised. Elder Yao looked at him with a face of disbelief. "You actually dare talk back to me, a sect elder? Looks like Disciple Xiao was telling the truth when he called you a disrespectful little brat. Kneel before me right now and apologize." Yuan was speechless. He frowned a moment later and said, "Aren't you here to see whether assigning this house to me is a mistake or not? Yet you started yelling at me the moment you arrived, acting like I am in the wrong. I respect my seniors, but I also know an unreasonable person when I see one. Why, you little brat? You really think you deserve to live here? Huh? You are just a nobody, a mere outer court disciplehood just passed the disciple examination." Elder Yao roared at Yuan, and he continued, "And you dare to claim that you are worthy enough to live beside someone like the young lady of the Min family? Do you have no shame? Even I wouldn't dare to live beside the Min family if you paid me. If it wasn't a mistake that you got assigned this building, I will freaking eat my shoes before every single outer court disciple in this sect." Hearing Elder Yao's words, Yuan became speechless. Is this sect elder really going to eat his own shoes? He cannot imagine it. "Since you don't want to leave this place, I have no choice but to force you out with my authority as a sect elder of the disciplinary hall." And before Yuan could even respond, Elder Yao suddenly moved to grab him by the collar before throwing him into the air and forcing him out of the house. Follow current novels on li/getnovelpub/com. Whoa. Yuan landed a few meters away with a startled look on his face. "Now hand me your identification token, or do I have to take it with force as well?" Elder Yao approached him with an overbearing and oppressing aura. However, since Elder Yao was only a 4th-level spirit warrior cultivator, Yuan didn't feel any pressure from him. "Should I just use the absolute authority the sect master, gave me to deal with this situation? Yuan pondered as Elder Yao got closer to him. After all, even a naive little boy would be able to tell by now that Elder Yao was not the reasonable type, and that no matter what Yuan says to him at this point, he would only be wasting his breath. I wanted to settle this as peacefully as possible, but alas, Yuan sighed inwardly as he reached into his spatial ring for the absolute authority. However, before Yuan could even take it out, a loud sigh suddenly resounded and echoed in the area. I knew you would run into some trouble when I decided to give you one of the buildings in this place, but I didn't think it'd come so soon and in such a manner too. A calm voice followed after the sigh ended. This voice is... Elder Yao immediately stopped walking after hearing this profound voice, and his body trembled in shock. Updated from Lee/Gitnov/Lpub/com, however, the other disciples did not recognize the identity behind this mysterious voice and were completely puzzled. Meanwhile, inside one of the rooms in building number 69, Fairy Min, who had been watching the situation from the beginning by peeking through the closed curtains from the windows, mumbled in a surprised voice. This voice belongs to Grand Elder Xian. Why'd he show up here? And, judging by his words, it seems like he was the one who allowed that outer court disciple to live here. Just who is that young man? Elder Yao, I'm greatly disappointed by your performance today. As a sect elder of the disciplinary hall, I had expected you to handle this situation professionally and properly, yet you were blinded by anger and acted unfitting of your status, even treating my granddaughter's friend in such an aggressive manner. I don't know what I should do with you. Elder Xian's voice continued to speak, lecturing Elder Yao, who was sweating profusely at this moment. Elder Yao quickly kneeled on the ground and lowered his head before speaking in a pleading voice. This disciple was wrong and has done something inexcusable. Please punish this disciple as you see fit. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The disciples watching the scene were greatly shocked after hearing Elder Yao's voice, and they finally realized the identity behind the voice. After realizing this fact, they also kneeled on the ground with their heads lowered and their backs soaked in cold sweats, wondering to themselves why the hell would a Grand Elder suddenly become involved with their situation. Chapter 125, Two Choices. Seeing Elder Yao and the disciples lowering their heads, Elder Xian spoke without revealing his presence. If you think lowering your heads will solve everything, the world would not be this chaotic and dangerous. Please forgive us, Grand Elder. We were wrong. We didn't know this outer court disciple was assigned to this place by you. Xiao Kong suddenly said. Did I ask for your input, disciple? Elder Xian responded in a nonchalant voice, immediately shutting the Xiao Kong up. Elder Xian continued a moment later. Every disciple here will be punished with 1 month of confinement within the Caves of Repentance. As for you, Elder Yao, since you belong to the disciplinary hall, I shall let your leader decide your punishment. And before you leave, I want you to remember what comes out of my mouth next. What happened here today did not happen at all. Do you understand me? I was never here, and you have never met the outer court disciple. This applies to the disciples, too. If I hear even a single disciple that is not here right now speaking about what happened here today, you can expect another visit from me, and I will be there in person at that time. We understand, Grand Elder. We will forget about what happened today. Elder Yao and the disciples responded in a fearful voice. Good. Now get out of my sight. Elder Xian's voice boomed within the disciples and Elder Yao's head, nearly knocking them unconscious with his powerful voice. The next second, once they could stand again, the disciples and Elder Yao ran away like a bunch of scared rabbits before Tiger. New novel chapters are published on light/novel//pub. Once they were all gone, Elder Xian spoke again. Are you okay, Disciple Yuan? I apologize for that just now. While it's common for disciples to argue with each other, it's inexcusable for a sect elder to bully a disciple. Don't worry about it, Senior Xian. It's only natural that there be a couple of bad apples no matter where you are, Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. You have handled this situation much better than I would have if I was still a disciple, and I thank you for that. Most people quickly resort to violence when they come to a disagreement, and that is a trait many cultivators have because we are vicious and brutal in nature. Anyway, I must return to my own business now. If you ever encounter another similar situation, it's okay to scare them a little with your powers as long as you don't kill them. This is just how the cultivation world works, as intimidation works better than actual violence in most cases. However, if a sect elder is involved like today, it's best if you immediately contact one of us to help you. Although we won't show ourselves, we'll definitely keep you safe. Intimidation over violence. I will keep that in mind, Senior Xian. Thank you very much for helping me today. Yuan bowed towards the sky, feeling as though Head learned something important today. Don't even mention it. Ha ha ha. Elder Xian's voice sounded as though it was getting further away, dumbfounding Yuan. Once Yuan could no longer hear Elder Xian's laughing voice, Yuan returned to his room and sat on the large, comfortable bed before taking out the guidebook and reading through it as he was doing before being interrupted by Elder Yao and the others. Meanwhile, inside Fairy Mint's room, the beautiful young lady remained standing by the window with a dazed look on her face. Disciple Yuan? I don't recognize this name at all. Just who is he? Which family did he come from? And what kind of connection does he have with the Grand Elder? Although the Grand Elder said that the outer court disciple was his granddaughter's friend, their conversation sounded like they were pretty close friends themselves. Minli mumbled to herself in a dumbfounded voice, feeling her interest slightly piqued by him. Updated from Light Novel Pub. Some time later, at the disciplinary hall, Elder Yao entered Bai Ling's room after being summoned by him. Greetings, Leader Bai. Elder Yao bowed to him with respect, and his back soaked in sweat. Do you know why I called you here? Bai Ling ignored his greetings and asked him with a calm voice. Yes, I do. Elder Yao responded after a brief moment of silence. Good. Then this will make things much easier for the both of us. Bai Ling then stood up from his chair and walked to the window before staring outside with a seemingly dazed look on his face. Do you have any idea what you've done today, Elder Yao? Bai Ling asked him a moment later. No, I do not, Leader Bai. Elder Yao quickly responded. At least you're honest. Bai Ling nodded, and he continued. That outer court disciple. You may not know him now, but I can guarantee you that you will know him in the near future, and I am willing to bet my position as leader of the disciplinary hall that you will regret what you've done today. Elder Yao looked at him with a surprised look, and he said, Please enlighten this ignorant one, Leader Bai. Just who is that outer court disciple, and why did Grand Elder Xian protect him? New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub. However, Bai Ling did not respond to his question and continued to speak as though he never heard it. I will give you two choices, Elder Yao. For your offenses today, I can either let the Sect Master know about this incident, so he can punish you himself, or you can give a lecture to the disciples at the education peak and eat your shoes before every disciple there afterward. It's your decision. What did you just say? Elder Yao cried out loud with pure disbelief on his face. Why on earth would Bai Ling involve the Sect Master over a mere outer court disciple? It was not as though Head killed this disciple. This is ridiculous. How can they treat a sect elder like him because of a single outer court disciple? None of this made any sense. Chapter 126, A Massive Crowd at the Education Peak. Did I stutter, Elder Yao? Perhaps I did, so allow me to rephrase myself. Bai Ling then spoke slower but in a much louder and clearer voice. Either I let the Sect Master know about your mistakes today, or you eat your own shoes before the disciples at the Education Peak at the end of your lecture. I want to do something as unreasonable as kicking you out of the sect or anything like that. So consider yourself lucky that you're getting off so lightly. Motherfucker, you dare call this a light punishment? Telling me to eat my shoes in front of the disciples is worse than being kicked out of the sect. At least I would still have my dignity left for the latter punishment. Elder Yao cursed at Bai Ling inwardly, as it didn't dare to utter such words for real. I know what you're thinking, Elder Yao. After all, you have worked with me for over 10 years now. However, You have no idea how much trouble you are actually in, and I don't blame you for that. That's why I'm letting you know right now that you should eat your own shoes before I let the sect master know, as he might really kick you out of the sect if he finds out what had transpired today. Bai Ling said to Elder Yao while knowing very well that Long Yijuan will definitely hear about this incident sooner or later. Is this situation really that serious? I would understand it if that outer court disciple belonged to one of the 7 legacy families, but he's clearly not. Elder Yao spoke a moment later with a relentless expression on his face. Don't even bother asking me about that outer court disciple's identity, because I won't say anything unless you don't mind dying afterward. Bai Ling looked at Elder Yao with his eyes narrowed and emitting faint killing intent. Elder Yao swallowed nervously after seeing this, and after a moment of silence, he sighed, "Very well. I shall eat my own shoes in front of the disciples. Good choice. You may leave now," Bai Ling said to him. Elder Yao nodded and left the room, but he didn't forget to bow to Bai Ling before leaving, as that was how much Head respected the leader of the disciplinary hall. Not just Grand Elder Xian, but even Leader Bai and possibly the sect master is protecting that outer court disciple. What on earth is that brat's identity? If he doesn't belong to the 7 legacy families, then he could only come from the 4 ancient families. Elder Yao pondered to himself as he returned home to prepare for the lecture. For more, visit /li/tnovel/pup. See/om later the same day. Elder Yao walked to the education peak with a solemn expression on his face. Damn, I shouldn't have run my mouth at that time. No, that fucking brat Xiao Kong is the root of this. If he didn't come to me, I would have never met that damn outer court disciple and offended the Grand Elder and Leader Bai. They'll fucking kill him once he comes out of confinement. Elder Yao cursed inwardly as he approached the education peak, where thousands of disciples could be seen walking about. The education peak is where disciples gather to partake in lectures from sect elders. However, not only sect elders gave lectures there, as disciples are also able to give their own lectures if they were approved by the sect, so there would always be lectures for disciples to participate. Of course, the education peak is the most populated when a sect elder decides to give a lecture, as they are often the most knowledgeable and experienced in the sect, hence why when Elder Yao suddenly showed up at the education peak, the disciples there immediately began following him. Isn't that Elder Yao? It's been a while since I have been to one of his lectures. Me too. The last time Head given a lecture was nearly 3 years ago. I heard that over a dozen outer court disciples had listened to his lecture managed to become an inner court disciple within the same year. Really? Then I must listen to his lecture today, even if the heavens fall. We still don't know whether Elder Yao is really giving a lecture today, or he's just visiting since there was no prior notice. Most sect elders announce their lectures at least a week beforehand. He's not telling us that he's not giving a lecture, even though there's so many of us clearly following him. Surely, he intends on giving a lecture today. Updated from lightnov/lpub// C/OM, I hope you're right. I have been dying to attend a lecture given by Elder Yao. The hype between the disciples grew as they followed Elder Yao to one of the many empty areas designed for public lectures. Sometime later, Elder Yao settled down in one of these areas and stood at the spot meant for the lecturers. See, he's really giving a lecture today. Looks like we lucked out today by coming here and witnessing it by chance. Ha! You're so damn right. Hey, is it just me, or does Elder Yao seem a bit off today? He looks kind of sick. One of the disciples there noticed Elder Yao's pale complexion and mumbled to the disciples around him. You're right. He looks like he hasn't slept or eaten in a week or something. Meanwhile, Elder Yao scanned the massive crowd that had gathered for his lecture with his back soaked in cold sweats. Fuck, why are there so many disciples at the education peak today when there are no sect elders giving lectures? If I don't become a laughingstock after today, they'll eat my damn shoes again. Elder Yao cursed inwardly, feeling the urge to cry out loud. For more, visit light/novelpup. There were at least 3,000 disciples gathered there, and every single one of them was staring at Elder Yao with anticipation in their gazes, looking like a bunch of children before their idol. But alas, Little did they expect that they were merely participating in a clown show disguised as a lecture. Chapter 127, Eating His Own Shoes. Ahem. Elder Yao suddenly cleared his throat loudly, trying to relieve some of his anxiety, but alas, it barely helped him keep calm. Welcome, disciples. For today's lecture, I will be giving a lecture on... Elder Yao spoke in a trembling voice, feeling as though he was a child with stage fright while standing on the stage for the first time, and he could barely complete a full sentence without stuttering. When the disciples saw this, they silently looked at each other with their eyebrows raised and their gazes full of questions. Why was Elder Yao acting so weird? It seemed like he was on the verge of a breakdown from the disciples' view. Are you okay, Elder Yao? You don't look so good. One of the inner court disciples there decided to ask him. I am fine, just feeling a little under the weather. Elder Yao responded a moment later. Feeling under the weather? The disciples became even more puzzled after hearing such words. Why would a sect elder willingly give a lecture when he's sick? Furthermore, can cultivators even feel under the weather? Clearly, it was something else that was bothering him, but these disciples didn't dare to probe any further and accepted his lie as the truth, as they didn't dare to offend Elder Yao, who was known for being a ruthless sect elder. The disciples then patiently waited for Elder Yao to get himself together before continuing with the lecture. A few minutes later, once Elder Yao calmed down enough, he began giving the lecture, and it was about random things that made no sense for a lecture, but the nervousness and uncertainty in his voice did not go away and remain for the rest of the lecture. In fact, his voice only became weirder and harder to listen as the lecture went on. The disciples participating in the lecture were greatly baffled by the bizarre situation, with some of them even thinking that they were being pranked by Elder Yao. After all, no sane sect elder would call this mess a lecture, as it was more of a babbling session with the topic constantly changing abruptly. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. However, none of the disciples spoke up nor complained regardless of the unusual situation, nor did any of them decide to suddenly leave the lecture abruptly, as they were still afraid of offending Elder Yao. The lecture by Elder Yao lasted for an entire hour, but for the disciples, it felt like they were being punished for an eternity. Fuck, why am I wasting my time here? I could have been listening to Fairy Ling's lecture by now. What the heck is Elder Yao doing? Has he lost his mind? I want my precious time back. Damn it, I want to leave now, but what if I offend him? I have heard about his reputation, and I don't want to be the first one to leave. The disciples there cursed inwardly, and most of them silently hoped for another disciple to leave first so they can follow. But alas, because all of them were thinking the same thing and waited for someone else to act, none of them left and stayed for the entire lecture. This is the end of my lecture, Elder Yao said to the disciples at the end of the lecture. However, he wasn't completely finished there, as he still had one more thing to do. And just as the disciples there sighed in relief inwardly that the lecture was finally finished and prepared to leave, Elder Yao suddenly removed his shoes and began doing the unthinkable, putting it in his mouth and chewing it as though it was food. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. What the fuck? One of the disciples there couldn't hold back his voice and spoke in a surprised voice after witnessing Elder Yao eating his own shoes. In fact, every disciple there was staring at Elder Yao with a gawking expression at this moment, looking like they were witnessing the impossible. And because Elder Yao was a cultivator at the Spirit Warrior realm, he was able to bite through the shoe with his raw strength and chew on it. After chewing on his own shoes for a few seconds with a disgusted expression that he could not hide on his face, Elder Yao swallowed it. Elder Yao almost puked after feeling the shoe enter his stomach. But alas, he resisted his urges and continued eating the rest of the shoe. The disciples that were prepared to leave the place as quickly as possible no longer moved, and they all stood there with dazed faces as they watched Elder Yao eat his shoe with a suffering expression on his face. A few gruesome minutes later, Elder Yao finished eating his shoe. However, He did not stop there and proceeded to remove his second shoe and began eating that too. Sometime later, Elder Yao finished eating his other shoe. Updated from L/Itnovelpub. Once he swallowed the last bit of his shoe, Elder Yao glared at the disciples there before walking away in silence and quickly disappearing from the scene while barefooted, leaving the disciples in wonder as Head left without giving any explanation. When Elder Yao's figure left the education peak, all of the disciples there finally spoke again, immediately creating an uproar within the sect, and as one would have expected from such a bizarre situation, news of Elder Yao eating his own shoes after an embarrassing lecture spread throughout the entire sect like wildfire, shocking every disciple and sect elder that heard it. Meanwhile, at the disciplinary hall, Elder Yao stood before Bai Ling once again, but he was barefooted this time since he came straight to this place after leaving the education peak. I hope you've learned your lesson today, Elder Yao. Just because they're outer court disciples doesn't mean you can walk all over them like they're ants, as you'll one day step on the wrong ant and face its wrath like today, Bai Ling said to him with a nonchalant expression on his face. Thank you for this lesson, Leader Bai. Elder Yao bowed to him before leaving the room with a blank look on his face, looking like he had died inside. Chapter 128, What does new disciples normally do? At the sect master's pagoda, Long Yuan listened to Elder Xian briefing him about the situation with a serious expression on his face. Elder Yao and disciple Yuan, what a pain in the ass. Long Yuan rubbed his eyes with an exhausted look afterward. Are you going to do anything about this, sect master? Elder Xian asked him. After a moment of silence, Long Yuan shook his head and said, as much as I want to beat Elder Yao for what he did to disciple Yuan, Elder Bai has already dealt with the situation and punished Elder Yao for his behavior. I appointed Elder Bai the leader of the disciplinary hall for a reason, and I don't like beating a dead horse, so I am not going to step in this time. I understand, Elder Xian nodded. Meanwhile, back at building number 70, Yuan closed the guidebook after reading through the entire thing. Wow, there are so many exciting places in the Dragon Essence Temple. I will definitely visit all of them when I get the chance, especially this Dragon Pavilion restaurant that's meant for cultivators. I wonder how it differs from the restaurants outside? Yuan mumbled to himself. It's still too early for dinner, so we'll look around for now. Yuan then got off the bed and made his way outside. What should I do now that I am a disciple? What do disciples normally do? Yuan pondered to himself as he went outside. Disciple Yuan, please wait for a second. The most up-to-date novels are published on Li/Gaitno/Velpu/B. C/OM Yuan stopped walking when a clear voice resounded from behind him, causing him to turn around to see who had just spoken. You are, to his surprise, Fairy Min was outside of her house and appeared to be the one Hood just called for him. How did you know my name? Yuan asked her with raised eyebrows, as he doesn't recall ever introducing himself to her or any of the disciples from the disciple examination. I accidentally overheard your conversation with Grand Elder Xian and learned of your name. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your relationship with the Grand Elder or what happened today. Fairy Min spoke as she approached him. I see, thank you. Yuan responded with a puzzled look on his face, as he wasn't sure what she was up to. Is she going to try and kick me out too? Yuan wondered to himself. Once Fairy Min was standing a few steps away from him, she spoke. I haven't introduced myself. I am Min Li from one of the 7 Legacy family, and I would like to apologize for what happened today. Even though I didn't know them, I should have stepped in and told them to stop. Huh? You didn't know them? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Then why were they following her around like they were a group of close friends? Hell, they even spoke to her as though they have known each other for years. For more, visit lig/tnovelpub. /com. I know this may sound like I am bragging, but when you're coming from a family as prestigious as one of the 7 legacy families, there are always people like those disciples from before following me around hoping they'd benefit from me or my family. And it's better for me to act like they're not there most of the time, hence why I didn't tell them to go away. Minli explained to him after seeing his puzzled face. Of course, I am sure you understand my feelings, since you also appear to be from a powerful family. Ugh. Yuan scratched his head with an awkward atmosphere around him, and he said, I'm not from any powerful nor prestigious family, though. Huh, you're not? Minli looked at him with her eyes widened slightly from surprise. If he doesn't come from a powerful or influential family, why did Grand Elder Xian protect him from Elder Yao and the Inner Core disciples, much less give him a building in this area meant for the privileged? Surely, there must be something special about him. So you want to hide your real identity, huh? I will find out the truth sooner or later. Minli thought to herself, whilst trying her best to remain calm on the outside. By the way, where are you going now? Minli suddenly asked him. I honestly don't know myself. I'll probably just walk around until I see something interesting, Yuan shrugged. Walk around until you see something interesting? Minli raised her neat and slender eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Why does it sound like he's going to take a stroll around the sect, like he's at the park? Does he have that much free time on his hands? Even though he'd just become a disciple? After all, most people would be either cultivating or doing something more productive as a new disciple. Updated from light//no/vel/pub. Do you have any suggestions? What do disciples normally do when they just join Sect? Yuan suddenly asked her. They either go to the Profound Pavilion to learn new techniques, or they go to the Education Peak for lectures. However, seeing that you are at the 7th level Spirit Apprentice already, you should go to the Profound Pavilion. Minli gave her suggestions to him. Profound Pavilion, huh? Yuan immediately began pondering. I already have 3 sword techniques, but I only have 1 dagger technique, and it's not really even a dagger technique, as it's meant for cooking instead. Maybe I should see if the Profound Pavilion will have a good dagger technique that'll go well with the Starry Abyss. After pondering for a minute, Yuan has decided to go to the Profound Pavilion to search for a new dagger technique. Thank you, Disciple Min, for your guidance, Yuan said to her with a bright smile, and he continued, and you don't worry about what happened previously since I can tell that you're not a bad person. Minli looked at his handsome smile with a slightly dazed look on her pretty face, and when she noticed that Yuan was walking away, she unconsciously shouted, Wait! He'll come with you, too. Chapter 129, Profound Pavilion. You want to come with me? Why? Yuan stopped to look at her with a puzzled face. Why, you ask? Minli stood there with a somewhat dazed face, as she had spoken without thinking just now. However, this is also the first time someone has questioned her like this. If it were anybody else, they wouldn't even think about asking her why she wanted to follow them and would just accept it with a delighted smile on their face. I had also planned on heading to the Profound Pavilion to see if they have any techniques I can learn. Since you're going there now, I might as well tag along with you. Or do you not want me around you? Am I being a bother? If you're worried that I might attract unwanted attention, I can follow you from a distance, Minli said to him a moment later. Well, it's not that you're being a bother. Whatever, you can do whatever you want. Yuan quickly gave up on giving an explanation and allowed her to follow him. Thank you, Disciple Yuan. Minli showed him a beautifully bright smile. Yuan didn't react much despite her charming appearance, and nodded his head with a calm expression before turning around and walking again. Minli was speechless once again, and she stared at Yuan's back that was getting further away with a dazed look. He seems uninterested in me. This is a first. Minli thought to herself before she took her first step and began walking once Yuan was a dozen meters away from her. Look over there. Isn't that Fairy Min from one of the 7 legacy families? For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. You're right. And she looks absolutely stunning. I wonder where she's going. The disciples outside quickly took notice of Min Li's presence, and conversations about her and her family immediately began between the disciples. Hell, there were even a few disciples who began following her like the group of inner court disciples from before. Congratulations on passing the disciple examination and becoming a disciple. Fairy Min. Fairy Min, do you have some time now? If you do, why don't we have a celebration? She's really popular, Yuan thought to himself, as he could hear the disciples trying to talk to Min Li very clearly. However, a few moments later, Minli suddenly stopped walking and turned around to look at the group of disciples following behind her, and she spoke with a calm but cold expression on her face. "I am busy right now. Can you all leave me alone?" The disciples following her immediately stopped walking and looked at her with a dumbfounded expression before showing an embarrassed or awkward look on their faces. "Thank you." Minli did not even wait for their response and continued walking, subtly following Yuan from behind while keeping a safe distance so that people would only assume that they were coincidentally walking the same direction. For more, visit /lightnov/lp/up/. Meanwhile, Yuan followed the map inside his head that had memorized from the guidebook and slowly approached the profound pavilion. Sometime later, Yuan arrived before a tall building that resembled the myriad of techniques in Spring City, but it was much more luxurious and grand compared to the ordinary-looking myriad of techniques. After taking a moment to admire the building, Yuan walked inside. Minli followed him inside a moment later. Once Yuan was inside the profound pavilion, he was immediately puzzled by the layout of the place. Unlike the myriad of pavilion, there were no techniques on display, and besides a reception and a staircase at the end of the building, there was nothing else there. "You must be a new disciple." One of the sect elders behind the desk suddenly called out to Yuan after seeing his face that looked like he was lost. "Yes, I am." Yuan nodded before he approached the desk with a middle-aged man sitting behind it. "What kind of techniques are you looking for, new disciple? Cultivation techniques? Martial techniques? Movement techniques?" The sect elder asked him a moment later. Follow current novels on light//novelpub/com. "I do like a technique that's specifically designed for daggers," Yuan said. "So you're a dagger user, huh? What's your budget?" The sect elder then asked him. "Budget? I have to pay for techniques here?" Yuan looked at the sect elder with a surprised look on his face, as the guidebook never mentioned anything about needing to pay for the techniques. "Of course you have to pay for the techniques. Did you think you get to learn techniques for free just because you are a disciple? This is why new disciples are." The sect elder shook his head. "Well, I have around 200,000 gold coins left," Yuan said a moment later. "Gold coins?" The sect elder looked at Yuan with raised eyebrows before laughing out loud. "Ha ha! You're a very amusing little guy, outer court disciple. When I say you have to pay for the techniques, I didn't mean gold. This is the profound pavilion, not a store, and we accept no other currency besides contribution points." The sect elder explained to him a moment later. "If we charge the disciples real money, how will those from a common background learn any techniques? This is a sect where a disciple's contribution and efforts take priority over everything else." "That makes sense." Yuan nodded, and then he said, "If it's contribution points, I have exactly 1,000. What do I get with that much?" This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Excuse me? What did you just say? Did you just say that you have 1,000 contribution points? The sect elder looked at Yuan with a face of disbelief. "Yes," Yuan confirmed. "Or was that not enough for a technique?" The sect elder was speechless. 1,000 contribution points was a massive amount for even an inner court disciple, much less an outer court disciplehood just entered the sect. Hell, it would normally require 10 years of collecting contribution points through sect missions for an ordinary disciple to save up that many contribution points. However, this outer court disciple who was clearly new to the sect had somehow managed to obtain 1,000 contribution points. That was outrageous. Does that outer court disciple really have 1,000 contribution points? I cannot imagine what he must have gone through in order to collect so many contribution points. You can obtain any cultivation technique you want from this place with that many contribution points. I envy him. The disciples began mumbling to each other about Yuan. A few minutes later, the sect elder helping Yuan returned to the desk with over a dozen martial techniques that are best suited for daggers. "Thank you for your patience," Disciple Yuan. I have brought pretty much every technique suitable for daggers from the back with me, and they are mostly mortal rank with a few exceptions at the earth rank. Please take your time looking through them, said the sect elder with a humble look on his face, dumbfounding Min Li and the other disciples, as it was an incredibly weird feeling to see a sect elder acting so humble before an outer court disciple who didn't have any reputation. Yuan proceeded to look through the techniques one by one without reading the contents inside, as he was afraid of learning them by accident. Follow current novels on lightnovel/pub. C/OM Poison Stab. Night's Edge. Exploding Dagger. Zealous Piercer. Yuan spent the next few minutes reading the techniques' names and their description. This is... Yuan looked at the last martial technique in the stack with an intrigued look on his face. Flying Daggers. Mortal rank. Even though the technique was only a mortal rank technique, the word flying had instantly attracted his attention. It looks like you're interested in the flying dagger technique, Disciple Yuan. Although it's only a mortal rank technique, if mastered, you'll be able to defeat your opponent from a distance, even with a weapon known for its short range, such as the dagger. The sect elder said to him after seeing his intrigued face. How many contribution points for this technique? I want it, said Yuan, as the idea of defeating his enemies from afar sounded very cool to him. That technique would set you back 75 contribution points, Disciple Yuan, said the sect elder. The source of this content is /lightnov/pub.com. Only 75 contribution points? That's very cheap. They'll take it, Yuan said with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. Very cheap? The sect elder's eyebrows twitched after hearing his words. Although 75 contribution points may seem like nothing when he has 1,000 contribution points to spare, it would take a normal disciple almost an entire year to obtain. I understand. You want the flying dagger technique, right? He'll subtract it from your 1,000 contribution points now. A few moments later, the sect elder handed the gold identification token back to Yuan. Good luck with the technique, Disciple Yuan. Thank you. Yuan nodded as he tossed the flying dagger technique into his spatial ring. Once he had gotten his technique, Yuan turned around and prepared to leave, and that was when he noticed Min Li standing in the background. Why are you standing there? Aren't you going to get a technique, too? Yuan asked her. For more, visit lightnovelpo/b. No, I am fine. I don't need any techniques. She calmly shook her head. Yuan was speechless after hearing her words. If she didn't need any techniques, then why did she follow him all the way over here, even saying that she planned on coming here? Anyway, what are you going to do now that you've gotten a technique? Are you going to the practice field to try out your new technique? Min Li then asked, dumbfounding Yuan even more with her eccentric behavior. Chapter 131 Practice Area. Practice field? I do want to try out the flying daggers as soon as possible. Yuan nodded after Min Li's suggestion. He then closed his eyes to recall the map inside his head to locate the training field. After standing there for a few moments and locating the exact place, Yuan left the profound pavilion. Of course, Min Li also left the profound pavilion and followed Yuan shortly after like some kind of stalker. Sometime later, they arrived at the practice fields, a vast and spacious area that spanned for miles and was separated into 4 different parts. One part of the area had these large and long walls that appeared to be made out of steel placed all over the area, whilst a few disciples could be seen punching these steel walls. In the second area, there were over 100 human-shaped puppets made out of wood, and these puppets apparently could move on their own and defend themselves against the disciples' attack. However, these puppets didn't appear to have the capability to attack the disciple. Meanwhile, in the third area, there were also puppets, and unlike the second area, these puppets attacked the disciples, aggressively at that. As for the fourth area, there were a dozen mid-sized arenas, and there were currently a few disciples sparring with each other on them. There's actually a fifth area, the area in the middle, but it was completely empty with the exception of some disciples sitting on the floor with their eyes closed, seemingly cultivating. This content is taken from Light Novel Pub. Yuan immediately assumed this place to be a resting area for the disciples, as no sane cultivator would truly do their cultivation out in the open and surrounded by so many people and noises. What are those walls over there? And why are they punching it repeatedly? Yuan mumbled in a curious voice after seeing their unusual activities. That's the wall of absorption. It's said to be indestructible against physical attacks and have regeneration properties. They are very popular for those who wish to test out the full extent of their strength. Minli suddenly responded to him from behind, startling him a bit. What about those puppets? Are they also indestructible? Yuan asked her afterward. No, they're not, but they're extremely hard to break if you're not a spirit warrior, she said. If I accidentally break one, how much do I have to reimburse the sect? Yuan asked in a slightly nervous tone. Minli looked at him with her beautiful eyebrows raised, and she said, Even I cannot break one at my full strength, yet you think you can break one at whilst being 2 levels under me? Well, you can't always be too careful. After all, they look expensive. Minli was speechless. Despite his seemingly profound background, Yuan did not act like someone that belongs to a powerful family. This content is taken from Li/Tenov/Puppe. There was a clear hint of naivety and innocence around him, but there was also something charming about him that kept her interest piqued. You won't have to pay for any damages done to the puppets, so you don't have to worry about breaking them, Minli said a moment later. I see. Thank you, Yuan said to her before he retrieved the flying daggers technique and began reading through it. Minli raised her eyebrows yet again after seeing this. What are you doing now? She asked him. I'm learning the technique, Yuan responded in a calm voice. What? Minli's eyes widened, and she pointed at the area in the center of the practice area and said, Why don't you do it over there? There's a formation that cancels out unwanted noise, so you'll have absolute peace and silence while inside. However, before Minli could even finish her sentence, Yuan closed the technique and tossed it back into his spatial ring with a calm expression on his face. You have learned flying daggers. This content is taken from Li/G/Tnovelpu/B/com, flying daggers, rank, mortal, mastery level. Description: control your daggers with spiritual energy and send them flying through the battlefield, slaying your enemies from a distance. Chi consumption will vary depending on how many daggers you control at once and its speed. Minli would have never thought that Yuan could have learned the technique in such a short time, so she assumed that he was only putting away the technique so he could listen to her advice and go to the resting area. However, when Minli noticed that Yuan was walking towards the second area where the defensive puppets were instead, she frowned with a puzzled look on her beautiful face. What the? Where is he going? Minli wondered to herself as she watched Yuan stand before a puppet. A few moments later, she watched as Yuan retrieved a very beautiful black dagger that did not have any unique aura to it. What a beautiful weapon, but I don't sense anything special coming from it. Is it just an ordinary weapon with good looks? Minli thought to herself. Follow current novels on Li/Tnovelpub. Why is he bringing out a weapon now when he still hasn't learned the technique? What's he trying to do? Meanwhile, Yuan placed the starry abyss flat on his palms, and he activated flying daggers. The starry abyss began trembling the next second, and after a few more seconds, it began levitating in the air with a subtle red glow around the dagger. What? When Minli saw the dagger flying above Yuan, she uncontrollably shouted in a shocked voice, quickly attracting the attention of everyone there. Isn't that Fairy Min? What's she doing here? And did that loud voice come from her just now? I think it was somebody else. After all, why would Fairy Min suddenly shout? What do you think she's watching? Do you think she might be watching us train? That might be the case. Let's try not to embarrass ourselves now. The most up-to-date novels are published on /Lightno/Velpub. The disciples in the practice area began training with even more intensity because they wanted to impress Fairy Min. But alas, little did they know that she was not paying attention to them whatsoever, and her gaze was locked onto Yuan's figure. Chapter 132, Destroying the Training Puppy, is that the technique Head just obtained from the profound Pavilion, flying daggers. But that's impossible. He didn't have the time to learn it. Minli cried inwardly after witnessing Yuan levitate the starry abyss. Then she recalled that brief moment that Yuan took to look through the technique, but that only lasted for a minute at most, if not even shorter. How could someone learn an entire technique in less than a minute? Even if it's the lowest rank technique, such a feat shouldn't be possible. It must be a different technique. Minli forced herself to believe that Yuan was only using a similar technique. However, when she saw Yuan controlling the dagger and making it fly around exactly like the technique flying daggers would do, her eyes widened with shock again. That's really the flying daggers technique. Head really managed to learn a mortal rank technique in a minute. Just what is his background? Even the top geniuses from the 7 legacy families pales in comparison to him. Wait a second. Minli suddenly thought of a possibility. The 4 ancient families. Could he be from one of the 4 ancient families? Minli pondered to herself with a serious frown on her face. The 4 ancient families are very similar to the 7 legacy families in the way that they're only a branch family that has a main family somewhere in the upper heavens. However, other than that, the 2 powers were completely different. While the 7 legacy families are known for their influence and large family size, in terms of power and influence, the 4 ancient families vastly surpasses the 7 legacy families by a long shot. Furthermore, very little is known about the 4 ancient families, as they don't usually show up in public or participate in large gatherings. One can say they are a mysterious background with immense power that is at the peak of the lower heavens. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. If this disciple Yuan is really from one of the 4 ancient families, it would make sense as to why he's so talented, but at the same time a nobody that no one recognizes. Minli thought to herself as she watched Yuan improve with the flying daggers technique at a shocking speed. Meanwhile, Yuan was having the time of his life, controlling the starry abyss in the air, and once Head familiarized himself with the technique, he began using it to attack the defensive puppets. Flying dagger. Yuan activated his spiritual energy and directed the starry abyss in the air to fly straight at the puppet, and the starry abyss trembled for a split second before shooting itself towards the puppet like a shooting star. Whoosh! The starry abyss arrived before the puppet before one could even finish blinking their eyes and struck the puppet in the center of its head before it could even react. Boom! The defensive puppet was sent flying backward, even hitting another puppet in the back before stopping. So powerful! Yuan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice when he saw the destructive power from the technique. And this is only a mortal rank technique? Or is the power mostly due to the starry abyss because it's a soul weapon? Meanwhile, Minli's mouth was wide open from shock after she witnessed the powerful blow from the flying daggers techniques. Visit l/i/tnav/lpub/com for a better experience. What the heck? The flying daggers is only a mortal rank technique and is known for being fast but weak. Yet he's displaying power with a technique that rivals even Earth rank destructive techniques. Not to mention, Head just learned the technique not long ago. Minli cried inwardly. A few moments later, the puppet that had been struck by the abyss dagger slowly returned to standing in front of Yuan, but there was a small crack on its forehead. Even though I don't have to pay for it, I shouldn't destroy it, Yuan thought to himself, and he proceeded to continue his training with the flying daggers technique, and every time he went to strike the defensive puppet, he made sure to hit the puppet in a new area and avoided the cracked areas. Once the puppet was full of cracks, Yuan went to another puppet and continued his training. About half an hour later, another notification appeared. Your comprehension for flying daggers has reached a new level. Flying daggers mastery level 1, 2. Flying daggers, rank, mortal. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Mastery level 2. Let's see just how much of a difference a single mastery level makes. Yuan mumbled to himself in anticipation before using the flying daggers on the starry abyss and attacking a brand new defensive puppet at full power and speed. Whoosh! The starry abyss floating in the air suddenly flickered and disappeared, and in the speed it takes for one to blink, the starry abyss had already reached the puppet in the chest. Boom! To Yuan's surprise, the starry abyss not only sent the puppet flying, but it also created a hole the size of one's fist in the middle of the puppet's chest. Clang! Once the puppet bumped into another puppet many meters away, the puppet struck by the starry abyss broke into two pieces, dumbfounding Yuan and every disciple in the practice area that had been startled by the loud noise created by the impact. He broke the training puppet. I have never seen anyone achieve that before. Updated from light novel/pub/com. Just who is that disciple? I don't recognize his face. The disciples there mumbled to each other after witnessing a training puppet being destroyed in such a vicious manner for the first time. He really destroyed a training puppet. Minli mumbled to herself in a low voice and stood there with a dazed face. A few moments later, Minli suddenly began making her way towards the second area with a sword in her hands and a resolute look on her beautiful face. Look at that. Fairy Min is also going to challenge the training puppet. She definitely wants to try it herself after seeing what that disciple achieved. The disciples noticed her actions and watched in anticipation. Chapter 133, Challenging Yuan. If he can destroy a training puppet whilst being 2 whole levels below me in cultivation, not to mention with a mortal rank technique, there's no reason why I, Minli, cannot destroy one too. Minli thought to herself with a resolute look on her face, feeling as though she had been challenged by Yuan after seeing his dazzling display. Every single disciple in the practice area, including Yuan, stopped whatever they were doing to watch Minli, who stood before a training puppet with an ordinary sword in her hands and a serious but still beautiful look on her face. Since Head used an ordinary weapon and a mortal rank technique, I shall do the same, Minli thought to herself as she prepared her mind and sword. After taking a deep breath, Minli moved. She took a step forward with the sword in her hand, raised and trembling. "Ah!" Minli shouted out loud as she swung the sword in her hands. Boom! The training puppet flew many meters away from the impact. Wow! As expected of Fairy Min, to think she could display such strength with a mortal rank technique. This content is taken from /l/i/in/ovalpub.com. That's true, but compared to that other disciple, it felt a little bit lacking. I think one of the disciples there suddenly mumbled, "You idiot! Don't say that out loud. What if Fairy Min hears you?" Another whispered. Min Li's eyebrows twitched a little bit when she heard those disciples talk, but she pretended as though she didn't hear it and focused on the training puppet. A moment later, the training puppet returned, and, as Shed expected, there wasn't any damage on the puppet despite such a powerful blow. Min Li stared at the training puppet with a frown on her face, but she wasn't discouraged, as the previous attack was only a warm-up. After taking another breath, Min Li displayed her second strike, and the sword in her hand emitted an even more powerful aura than previously. Boom! The training puppet was sent flying once again by the strike. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Wow! That strike was at least twice as powerful as the last one, and it surpassed even the other disciples' attacks at first. As expected of Fairy Min, I knew her first strike was only a warm-up. However, despite the disciples' praises, Minli did not feel happy even in the slightest, as she knew very well that it wasn't enough to destroy the training puppet. The training puppet returned to her side a moment later, and there was a slight crack on its body, but it was nothing significant and could only be considered as superficial damage. How is this possible? Min Li pondered to herself. Although I am only using an ordinary weapon, my mastery with this mortal rank technique has long reached its peak after training with it for over 10 years, yet it cannot compare to his flying daggers technique that Head just learned not long ago. This doesn't make any sense, unless... Min Li turned to look at the beautiful weapon in Yuan's grasp. Unless that's not an ordinary weapon at all. I'd been fooled by its lack of aura. That weapon is definitely a powerful treasure. There's no way someone from the ancient family will carry around an ordinary weapon. Since that's the case, I will also use my personal weapon. After convincing herself that Yuan's starry abyss was actually a treasure and not an ordinary weapon at all, Minli stowed away her ordinary sword and retrieved another sword, a beautiful blue sword that emitted a sharp and profound aura that sent chills down the disciples' back when they saw it. There it is, Fairy Mint's heaven-grade treasure, the Eternal Fairy Needle. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Wow, the blade of that sword is incredibly thin. I have never seen anything like that before. But won't it affect its durability? Are you stupid? That's a heaven-grade treasure. You cannot judge treasures by their appearance. Even though it has an incredibly thin blade, it's actually more durable than even broadswords. At least that's what I heard. Whilst the disciples mumbled to each other, Minli prepared herself for the third strike. Sometime later, Minli stepped forward while shouting in a loud voice. The Eternal Fairy Needle in her grasp flew forward, striking the training puppet directly on the chest. Boom! The training puppet was sent flying like it had been launched by a rocket launcher and landed in the third practice area many meters in the distance. Heavens, what a powerful strike! I don't think I have seen even Earth-grade techniques display such power. Visit lie/tnovelpub.com for a better experience. Do you think Fairymen managed to destroy the training puppet with that strike just now? Of course. There's simply no way the training puppet could have survived that. However, to everybody's surprise, the training puppet returned a few moments later with only a large crack in its chest. What the heck? Are the training puppets really that durable? To the point where it can withstand even a heaven-grade treasure? If that's the case, then how powerful is that disciplehood destroyed it completely? The disciples were shocked beyond belief when they realized just how difficult it was to destroy a training puppet, and they all turned to look at Yuan, who had been standing there with an innocent face with shocked gazes. Meanwhile, Minli stared at the training puppet with a slightly angry look on her face, feeling irritated for the first time in many years. As a genius who is often praised by her surroundings, and with very few rivals in her life, she cannot help but feel angry when she suddenly meets another individual who she cannot even begin to compare to, not to mention she was being watched by hundreds of other disciples. I know I dug this hole myself when I decided to challenge him, but I have vastly underestimated him. If I don't destroy the training puppet, my face will be in jeopardy. Minli thought to herself, since it has come to this, I must go all out even if I am cheating a little. Visit lightnov//lpub.com for a better experience. Chapter 134, Admitting Defea. If I don't destroy a training puppet today, it won't just affect my reputation, but also my family. I cannot let that happen no matter what. Not even if I have to sacrifice all of my faces. Minli thought to herself. A moment later, she took a deep breath before taking a unique stance. When the other disciples saw this and recognized her stance, they immediately shouted with excitement. That's the Min family's most powerful technique, a divine rank technique. What? She's going from a mortal rank technique to a divine rank technique. Does she want to destroy that training puppet so badly? Well, think about it as though you are in her shoes. She was the one who decided to challenge that disciplehood managed to destroy the training puppet. If she loses, it'll affect her reputation alongside her family's reputation. And you know how much the 7 legacy families values their reputation. But that disciple used a mortal rank technique. And it was even the flying daggers technique that is known for being weak. If she uses a divine rank technique, wouldn't that be cheating and count as her loss regardless? Well, but at least she will save some face for destroying the training puppet. While the disciples mumbled to each other, Minli focused on her next and final attack, even picking a new training puppet that did not have any cracks to make it a little bit fairer. This will definitely make me lose face, but at least I will destroy the training puppet The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Calm with that in mind, Minli took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble a little, and she swung the sword in her hands that radiated with a profound aura. Ha-ya! Minli shouted at the top of her lungs, attempting to force every ounce of strength in her body out with her voice. Boom! An explosion occurred upon impact, and the training puppet was sent flying like a shooting star, crashing into many other training puppets. Heavens! The other disciples' jaw dropped to the ground when they witnessed the destructive power of the divine rank technique. There was simply no way the training puppet would be able to move again after being hit by such a powerful strike. Did I destroy it? Minli kneeled on the ground with an exhausted expression on her face while panting heavily. The most up-to-date novels are published on Lee/Git Novel Pub. The divine rank technique had exhausted pretty much all of her spiritual energy, making something as easy as standing a difficult task for her. The other disciples also watched with nervous expressions, their gazes all staring at the mountain of training puppets that had piled up after the Minli's attack. A few moments later, the training puppets began moving once again and slowly returned to their original spots. However, the disciples and Minli didn't care about the other training puppets, only the one that Shed struck. 2 minutes later, they could finally see the training puppet that Minli attacked. "I am possible," Minli mumbled with clear disbelief on her face as the training puppet that Shed struck slowly approached her with a long and deep cut on its chest, feeling quite intimidating for some reason. A few moments later, the training puppet stood before Minli once again, clearly still functional and not completely destroyed despite the damage it sustained that would instantly kill any cultivator. How is that possible? The other disciples, they were also in disbelief, and they turned to look at Yuan with a fearful expression on their faces. Updated from Lighten/Ov/Ulpa. If Yuan could destroy the training puppet completely with a mortal rank technique, whilst Minli could not achieve the same results with a divine rank technique and a heaven-grade treasure. Just how much more powerful is he? Damn it! Just who is this disciple Yuan? Minli cried inwardly and stared at Yuan with a frustrated look on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan, who was completely oblivious that Minli had challenged him, said to her, "Wow, that was such a powerful technique. I am impressed." Minli nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood after hearing Yuan's words, as she misunderstood it for mockery. This is the first time I've been humiliated in such a manner. Had even mocked me for daring to challenge him. However, as frustrated as she was, Minli wasn't angry at Yuan, mostly because she was the one who had challenged him in the first place, even blaming herself for not being strong enough. How old are you? Minli asked Yuan sometime later. Me? 18 years old, Yuan calmly responded. New novel chapters are published on Lie/Tno//Velpub. Minli stared at him with a gawking expression. He's the same age as me, yet there's such a vast disparity between us. He's definitely from one of the 4 ancient families. I'm almost certain now, Minli cried inwardly. Anyway, I'm going to return home for now. Yuan turned around and walked away. However, Minli shouted at him, "Wait for a second." "Yes?" Yuan looked at her with a calm expression. I want lose to you next time. Regardless of your background, I'm going to win next time," Minli declared with a determined look on her face. Okay. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, as he had no idea what she was talking about, but he figured that it would be for the best to just nod his head and accept it. Visit Lie/Tnovelpub. For a better experience. Minli was speechless. Does she really look that insignificant in his eyes? Are the 4 ancient families really that much more powerful than the 7 legacy families? Just you wait. Although I may be nothing more than an ant in your eyes right now, I swear that I will catch up to you and make you recognize me as your equal. Minli swore to herself as she watched Yuan disappear from the practice area. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to his home and acted as though nothing special had happened, completely unaware that had made Minli think of him as a rival. Chapter 135, Unbelievable Rumor. Just who was that outer court disciple? I have never seen him before, nor do I recognize his face. Does anyone here know him? One of the disciples there suddenly asked out loud. No, I have also never seen him around here before, and I come to this place nearly every day. Me neither. I have trained here every day for the past 2 years without missing a single day, and I also don't recognize him. Since nobody there recognized Yuan's identity, they all turned to look at Ferrymen with a questioning gaze. After a moment of silence, one of them decided to ask her, Ferrymen, do you perhaps know who that outer court disciple was? I don't know him. Minli responded in an irritated voice before standing up and patting her clothes and knees. Once Shed fixed her appearance, Minli walked away while resisting the urge to cry, as Shed unintentionally suffered a humiliating defeat by Yuan before so many disciples, which will surely affect her reputation and possibly her family's face. Sometime later, once Minli left the scene, the disciples at the practice area looked at each other and said, "Did you see how dejected Ferrymen looked just now? I think it would be better if we don't talk about this." Yeah, I think so too. After all, talking bad about Ferrymen is akin to slapping the Min family in the face, and I don't want to risk offending one of the 7 legacy families. Me too. I didn't see anything here today. This content is taken from /lig/tnovelpub/com. Good. Then let's act as though nothing happened here today. However, even if the majority of the disciples there agreed to keep what happened today a secret, there were bound to be a few of them who couldn't keep their mouths shut and spoke about the event at the practice area to others, which quickly spread throughout the sect as a rumor. Luckily for Ferrymen, since only a few people spoke about it first, the other disciples doubted this rumor when they heard it, as it was simply too unbelievable. What? Ferrymen lost to some unknown outer court disciple in a challenge? That's outrageous. Some unknown outer court disciple managed to destroy a training puppet with an ordinary dagger and a mortal rank technique. The flying daggers technique, no less. How is that possible? You must have been dreaming. There's no way Ferrymen would lose to some nobody. Quit your bullshit. I'm telling you the truth. If you go to the practice area now, you would see many cracked training puppets. These damages have been done by that outer court disciple. The disciple that spread the rumors said, feeling slightly annoyed that nobody believed him. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course, there would be cracked training puppets in the practice area. Do you know how many disciples practice there every day? I personally cracked one myself after hitting it over 1,000 times in a single day. That's not what I mean. Follow current novels on lightnovel//ub/com. I don't know who you are, but if you continue to gossip about Ferrymen in a negative light, I will personally give your skull some cracks. Get lost. That disciple was speechless. After pondering for a minute, he realized that it made sense why nobody would believe him, as the event was simply too unbelievable. If he didn't witness it himself, he would have definitely reacted the same as these disciples. Meanwhile, after returning to her own room, Minli collapsed on the bed with her head buried deep inside her pillow and began crying her eyes out, releasing all of her frustration alone after today's defeat. I swear I won't lose to you next time, Disciple Yuan, Minli cried out loud some time later. As for Yuan, he was casually laying on the comfortable bed inside his room while staring at the floating starry abyss in the air. Even though he had already reached Mastery Level 2 for this technique, he just cannot seem to get enough of it, as it reminded him of the flying sword. Hopefully he'll be able to control a flying sword soon, he mumbled in a low voice. After spending some time reading the guidebook some more to decide where he wanted to go for tomorrow, Yuan logged off the game to cultivate in the real world until Yuro returned from school to feed him dinner. Even though I haven't slept in an entire week, I don't feel tired, even filled to the brim with energy. I wonder if this is actually healthy for me. Yuan wondered to himself as he calmed his mind to prepare for another night of cultivation. Follow current novels on //lee/getnovelpub.com. However, unlike the past few days, Yuan did not cultivate throughout the whole night, and decided to cultivate only for a few hours before going to sleep. The next morning, Yuan said to him, "Brother, Dr. Wang will be coming later this morning. Do you think you can wait for him to finish before you play the game? I have school, so I won't be able to attend, but Meisha will be here if you need anything." "Okay," Yuan said. Once Yuan left for school, Yuan began cultivating until someone knocked on his room. "Young master, Dr. Wang is here to see you." Meisha knocked on his door and said, "Let him in," Yuan responded. Dr. Wang entered the room with Meisha a moment later. "How have you been feeling lately, young master? Does your body hurt anywhere? Do you feel any different than usual?" Dr. Wang asked him. "No, I feel as great as usual," Yuan quickly responded. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience as great as usual. Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner. Normally, one wouldn't claim to feel great if they were in Yuan's condition. "Gee, that's great to hear. Anyway, I have brought some equipment with me to scan your body today, but since this is portable equipment, it is also weaker than the ones in the hospital, so I will need to remove your clothes." Dr. Wang said before turning to look at Meisha and said, "Do you mind helping the young master strip while I prepare the equipment?" "Thank you." A speechless and perplexed look appeared on Meixia's face, but she nodded regardless, and then she approached Yuan on the bed a moment later. Chapter 136, A Bug in the System. "Excuse me, young master. They'll be removing your clothes now," Meisha said to him once she was beside the bed. "Go ahead," Yuan said. Meisha swallowed nervously and reached for Yuan's pajamas with trembling hands. Although Yuan had specifically told her to not touch Yuan unless absolutely necessary, she also told her to assist Dr. Wang if he requested help, which conflicted with each other and placed Meisha in a difficult spot. A few moments later, Meisha stripped Yuan until he was stark naked. When Dr. Wang saw this, he spoke in an awkward voice. "You didn't need to remove his underwear, huh? I am so sorry, young master. I wasn't thinking properly just now." Meisha exclaimed in a startled voice after realizing her mistake, and she quickly went to put Yuan's underwear back on his body. But alas, she had unintentionally touched something soft while fixing his underwear due to her panicked and hasty movements. The young lady is going to kill me if she finds out that I soiled the young master's body with my hands. Meisha cried inwardly after she realized what she had done. "Huh?" Yuan suddenly laughed, and he said, "You've always been clumsy, Meisha. Don't worry about it too much." Visit lightnov.e/e/pub.com for the best novel reading experience. But the young lady. "I won't say anything if you want," Yuan said with a smile on his face. Meisha was speechless. Is she really going to keep this a secret from Yuan? "I understand, young master. Thank you and sorry." Meisha bowed to him despite the fact that Yuan wouldn't be able to see it. Dr. Wang shook his head when he saw this, but this wasn't any of his business, so he acted as though it had never happened. Sometime later, Dr. Wang approached the bed with the equipment by his side. However, Dr. Wang's eyes widened with shock when he saw Yuan's body. Why, young master? What happened to your body?" Dr. Wang exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Huh? Did something happen to my body?" Yuan's eyebrows quickly furrowed into a worried face. The source of this content is lightnovelp.com, and no, it's just that, compared to last week, your body is much bulkier and clearly has more muscles in general, almost like you've been working out. Dr. Wang spoke in a dumbfounded voice, as this is a situation that he has never encountered before. After all, how does a cripple who cannot move anything below his neck suddenly obtain muscles when all he does is lay around in the bed all day? Meisha couldn't help but glance at Yuan's body out of curiosity, and sure enough, there were some defined areas on his body, something she didn't notice before because she was too nervous. "I have no idea," Yuan said despite having a clue as to what might have caused this. And he continued, "Maybe it's because I've been eating 3 bowls of soup instead of just 1 every meal." Dr. Wang was speechless. If drinking 3 bowls of soup per meal would give 1 muscle without doing anything, everybody in the world would drink soup every day for all 3 meals. If anything, Yuan should be getting fatter. Yet one could easily tell at a glance that the muscles on Yuan's body were real muscles and not fat. "Excuse me, young master. I want to take a quick look at your body." Dr. Wong began testing the toughness of Yuan's muscles. Heavens! His muscles are even stronger than mine. Although I may be old, I shouldn't lose to someone like the young master who hasn't lifted a finger for many years. Dr. Wong cried inwardly after his quick assessment. Is this a good thing? Dr. Wong pondered with a serious look on his face as he was unsure of how to diagnose Yuan's situation. While it would normally be a good thing for someone to gain muscles, it might be troublesome for someone like Yuan who cannot use his body. What if his muscles continue to grow to the point where it might harm Yuan's body instead? Visit l/iton/ovalpub/com for the best novel reading experience sometime later. Dr. Wong decided to scan Yuan's body before he decided on anything. Dr. Wong then placed 4 pieces of equipment that resembled large bracelets on Yuan's body, 1 on each limb. Afterward, Dr. Wong placed a dozen wired sensors all over Yuan's body and connected it to the monitor beside the bed. "I'm going to scan your body now, young master," Dr. Wong said as he pressed a button on the monitor. A few moments later, the equipment began glowing a neon green color, and the wired sensors also began trembling slightly while glowing as well. After waiting for a few minutes, Dr. Wong could see an X-ray of Yuan's body on the monitor. What is this?" Dr. Wong mumbled in a dazed voice when he saw the results. Dr. Wong then rubbed his eyes for a few seconds before looking at the monitor again. And sure enough, he was not dreaming, and he could see Yuan's bones glowing a subtle but golden color. Is this a glitch in the system? Dr. Wong immediately came to this conclusion, as it was the only logical one he could think of. Well, this equipment is not as powerful or accurate as the ones in the hospital, so something like this can happen from time to time. New novel chapters are published on Enlighten/ovelpu/b//. But I'll do it again, just in case. Dr. Wong proceeded to restart the monitor before scanning Yuan's body again. A few minutes later, the same results came back, but with even more clarity. What the heck? Why does it look like there are golden symbols etched onto the young master's bones? Dr. Wong was truly baffled, speechless this time, as he could not find a logical explanation for this phenomenon other than it being a weird glitch in the software. After all, there was simply no way there could be golden symbols engraved onto Yuan's bones, as that would require surgery, something Yuan clearly hasn't had since ever. Is everything okay? Yuan asked him some time later. Why, yes, your bones seem to be okay, Dr. Wong hastily said, treating the golden symbols as a bug in the system. Chapter 137, Perfectly Healthy. After checking Yuan's X-ray, Dr. Wong proceeded to test Yuan's blood and a few other things. Once the results came back and there was nothing abnormal, Dr. Wong said, "Okay, I'm done with your checkup, young master. Your body is as healthy as usual, and there's nothing wrong with your blood. In fact, I would even say that you're getting healthier every time I see you. Do you have any questions for me before I leave, young master?" "Yes, Dr. Wong. Is my condition really caused by some unknown and undetectable illness?" Yuan suddenly asked. After all, if the translucent dew of flawlessness and Feng Yixio's phoenix blood had affected him in real life, why didn't the phoenix blood heal his condition when it supposedly cured all of illness and injuries? Why is he still crippled? Dr. Wong shook his head in a solemn manner. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I've already told you this many times already, young master, but we cannot find anything wrong with your body. Your blood, your bones, your muscles, anything that could be tested in your body, we have already tested and multiple times too. However, the results are always the same. You are completely healthy. With that being said, there's no way someone healthy would suddenly lose their ability to move their body and see. so we could conclude that it is a new illness that can avoid our current technology. I'm really sorry that I cannot be of more help to you, young master. I'm also really ashamed to even call myself a doctor whenever I am before you. Dr. Wong sighed. There's no need for you to feel guilty, Dr. Wong. I understand that there are some things in this world that cannot be fixed no matter what, and I am simply one of those things, Yuan said to him with a smile on his face. Young master, you are truly too kind, Dr. Wong said, feeling an urge to cry. For more, visit lee/gitnov/elp/ub/com. Why did the heavens punish the young master in such a way? What did he do to deserve this kind of life? This is too cruel, even if the heavens are jealous of the young master's talents. Dr. Wong sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Meishio escorted Dr. Wong outside before returning to his room. Do you need anything from me, young master? Meishio asked him afterward. Can you help me put my clothes back on? Yuan said. Oh, right. I nearly forgot about that. Meishio quickly went to put on his clothes, as she didn't want to be responsible if Yuan catches a cold because of it. I'm going in the game now, Yuan said to her afterward. Understand, young master. They'll head to school to serve the young lady now, Meishio said. Have fun, Yuan said. Fun? Meishio thought to herself. While she found helping Yuro fun, there was nothing fun about going to school, where she must act like a student and a servant at the same time. Visit /lightnovelp/ub/com for the best novel reading experience. Although Meishio is a maid, she is also a student at the same time, and because of Yuro, she got to attend the same prestigious school as Yuro. And because only rich and famous students go to that school, it was common seeing these students bringing their servants to school with them. Sometime later, Meishio left the room and closed the lights whilst Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. After returning to his room in the Disciple, Yuan sat on the bed and spoke out loud. Xiaohua. Feng, I have a question. Can you come out for a moment? A second later, Xiaohua came out of his necklace whilst Feng Yixiao emerged from his chest. What's the matter, young master? Feng Yixiao asked him. Well, it's like this. Yuan proceeded to tell them about his condition in the real world without saying it's him. Wow, that sounds horrible. Feng Yixiao shook her head afterward, and she continued. If I had to live like that, I'd probably ask to be killed. For more, visit lightnovelpub/com. Yuan was speechless. But it was not as though he didn't understand Feng Yixiao's thoughts. Feng, you said that your phoenix blood could cure all illness, right? What if a person in that condition consumes your blood but doesn't heal? Then what would that mean? Yuan then asked her. Indeed, my phoenix blood can cure all illnesses. However, there is a limit to such abilities, as it will only cure mortal illnesses, she said. Mortal illness? What does that even mean? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Xiaohua then spoke. Just like poison and medicine, there are many levels of illnesses. In other words, there are illnesses only mortals can have, whilst cultivators are immune to them. However, that goes both ways, as there are illnesses that can only affect cultivators but not mortals, as we have different bodies and immune systems. Heavens, I didn't know there exists such a thing. Yuan mumbled. Anyway, my blood can heal all mortal illnesses and most illnesses that affect only cultivators. If this is a cultivator we're talking about, then that is most likely the case. If the crippled person is a mortal, then that person must have contracted something extremely rare and powerful that would even affect cultivators. Is this person someone you know, young master? If that's the case, it'd be better if you find a real expert. After all, we're not doctors, at least I don't think so. Feng Yixiao turned to look at Xiaohua, who shook her head. Xiaohua only knows the basics, she said. For more, visit l/i/tn/ov/lpub. A real expert, huh? Where can I find one? Yuan then asked. I know of a few renowned doctors in the lower heavens, but they're always traveling, so I don't always know where they are. However, if I sense their aura, I'll immediately let you know, young master. Feng Yixiao said. Thanks a bunch, Feng. They'll be counting on you. Yuan nodded. Chapter 138 Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower. After talking to Feng Yixiao and Xiao Hua for a few more minutes, they returned to their own home while Yuan prepared to leave the house once again to explore the sect. However, before Yuan could even take a dozen steps out of his house, a familiar voice resounded. "Where are you going?" Yuan turned around to see Minli standing by the door with slightly dark eyes, almost like she didn't get enough sleep last night or something. "I'm going to the Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower." Yuan responded with a super long name. Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower. Minli looked at him with widened eyes. The Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower is a unique place in the sect where disciples go to test their skills and challenge their limits by fighting powerful beasts, and the faster one defeats the beast, the higher score they will obtain. The place is so popular and important to the sect and disciples that there is even a ranking just for it, allowing the disciples to compete with each other for the top ranks. However, because of its difficulties, only those who have been in the sect for over a year would dare to challenge it, unless they were talented geniuses from powerful families, such as Minli. But even someone like Minli wouldn't challenge the Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower so quickly and without any preparations. This guy, it's only his second day as a disciple, and he's already challenging that place. Just how much is he trying to show off his talents? Minli cried inwardly. When she saw Yuan walking away a moment later, she quickly said, "Wait a moment. I'm coming too." Visit lightnovel/pu/b.com for the best novel reading experience. Yuan raises eyebrows. Why is she following him again? But since he didn't have an issue with it nor a reason to shoo her away, he didn't say anything in the end. Sometime later, they arrived before an incredibly tall building that almost pierced the clouds. It was so tall that Yuan was able to see it from his building, hence why Head managed to get to this place without any problems. Furthermore, there were two more of these towers further in the distance, presumably within the inner court in the center of the sect. There were at least 100 floors in this massive tower, and there was also an incredibly large golden board located next to the entrance with many disciples around it. Look, Ming Yong defeated the Guardian on the 51st floor and entered the 52nd floor. He has managed to enter the top 200. The disciples there shouted with excitement when the name Ming Yong appeared on the bottom of the list on the golden board that had a total of 200 names on it. Yuan looked up, and sure enough, there was a golden light emitting from the windows on the 51st floor. If you want to become an inner court disciple, you must defeat at least 30 floors. 75 floors if you want to be a core disciple, Minli said to him from behind. How does it work? Yuan asked her without looking back. Every floor will have a magical beast that you must defeat in order to advance. Some will have more than one. If you defeat the magical beast, you'll get to ascend to the next level, and you'll repeat this until you can no longer continue. Also, you're only allowed 15 minutes of rest for each floor. Minli explained to him. For more, visit Lee/GetNovelPub. Come after a moment of silence, she asked him, "If you don't mind me asking, why are you challenging the Carp Leaping Over Dragon's Gate Tower now? You still have plenty of time until the next inner court disciple examination. Don't you want to improve your strength as much as possible before you challenge it? I can challenge this place as many times as I want, right? Then why does it matter if I challenge it now or later? I also read from the guidebook that there will be a special reward for you if you manage to beat all 100 floors, Yuan said. 100 floors? Minli looked at him from behind with a dumbfounded look on her face. There have been less than 10 disciples since the sect's founding that had managed to complete all 100 floors, and it has been over 1,000 years since the last disciple achieved such a feat. Do you really think you can complete 100 floors? Minli asked him, and she continued. Furthermore, the magical beasts in the tower are all illusions that adjust to your cultivation level, so you can only rely on your own skills and talent to defeat them. Raw strength won't work. Oh, so I can train here regardless of my cultivation level? That's good to hear, said Yuan, who wanted to hone his dagger and sword skills some more, but is having a hard time finding opponents at his level. Can I go inside, even though there's already someone inside? Or do I have to wait? Yuan then asked. Only one person can challenge the tower at a time. You can register over there. Minli pointed at the small pavilion a dozen meters away from them. Okay, Vanille, the source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Come, wait a second. Minli suddenly stopped him. What is it this time? Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. I'm going to go first this time, Minli said with a resolute look on her face. Sure? Yuan nodded. Since Minli looked desperate to challenge the tower, Yuan didn't argue with her and allowed her to go first. Minli then approached the pavilion. Look over there. That's Minli. It looks like she's going to challenge the tower too. How daring. This is only her second day at the Sect, and she's already challenging the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, as expected of a genius from one of the 7 legacy families. When the disciples there noticed her presence, they were immediately hyped, and they could not wait to see her performance. Chapter 139, taking longer than expected. Disciple Min, are you going to challenge the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower today? The Sect elder sitting in the small pavilion showed a surprised face and asked her in a slightly excited voice. Yes, I am. Minli nodded and handed her disciple identification token to him. Very well. I have recorded your name, Disciple Min. Good luck. The Sect elder said to her. After Minli left the pavilion, Yuan approached the place and said to the Sect elder, I'd like to challenge the tower too. Let me see your identification token. The Sect elder spoke in an uninterested tone, his attitude towards Yuan being completely different from Minli, which was expected. Here you go. Yuan handed his bronze identification token to the Sect elder. You have been a disciple at the Sect for only 2 days, and you want to challenge the tower? You must be full of yourself. The Sect elder shook his head at Yuan. But Disciple Min is the same as me, Yuan said with a dumbfounded look. The same as you? Outrageous. How dare you compare yourself to a genius from one of the 7 legacy families? Who do you think you are? Yuan was speechless. Why is he being scolded? Did he say something wrong? New novel chapters are published on Enlightenmen/OvalPub. The Sect elder then quickly recorded his name down before tossing the identification token back at him in a disrespectful manner. Yuan stared at the Sect elder with a frown on his face after catching the identification token. What are you looking at? You got something to say? The Sect elder frowned back. No. Yuan decided that he didn't want to waste his energy on this Sect elder and turned around and walked away. Not to mention that had already argued with another Sect elder not long ago. A few minutes after returning to the tower, Yuan noticed a red light coming from the 52nd floor. Mingyong failed. 52 floors is still an incredible achievement, since Head managed to reach the top 200 in the tower ranking. Give him a few more years, and he'll definitely reach 75 floors and become a core disciple. A few more minutes later, the entrance to the tower opened, and a handsome young man walked out with a messy and bloodied appearance, looking like he'd been beaten and robbed by a group of bandits. New novel chapters are published on lig/ht/novel/pub. C/om seeing this. Minli turned to look at Yuan and said to him before approaching the tower, I won't lose to you this time, Disciple Yuan. Minli then retrieved her heaven-grade sword and entered the tower. Look, Fairy Mint's going to challenge the tower next. The disciples there watched her enter the tower with admiration in their gazes, and even Ming Yong bowed to her despite being injured himself. Good luck, Fairy Min. What floor do you think Fairy Min will reach? Definitely over 60 floors. I am willing to bet that she'll achieve over 75 floors. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at the heaven-grade sword in Min Li's grasp. Xiaohua, didn't you tell me before that one must have a sufficient cultivation level before they can wield a powerful treasure or their body will explode? How come she can wield a heaven-grade treasure while being a spirit apprentice? Yuan asked Xiaohua in a low voice. Updated from Light Novel Pub. In most cases, cultivators are only allowed to wield treasures at their level. However, like most situations in the world, there are special cases where people can wield treasures much stronger than themselves. For example, That girl might have a powerful bloodline that allows her to achieve such a feat, or it could be explained by a mythical cultivation technique their family owns, as these kinds of techniques are quite common in the upper heavens, especially for the powerful families, Xiaohua explained to him. Young master, it could also be the weapon itself that's allowing that young lady to wield it despite her lacking cultivation base. After witnessing her strength yesterday, I can confidently say that was not the Heaven Grade's full potential. I have seen many spiritual treasures in my life, and there exist unique spiritual treasures that have such an ability. Feng Yixiao also gave her 2 cents, and she continued, however, regardless of how she's able to wield it, that young lady will not be able to display that spiritual treasure's full strength until she increases her own cultivation base. I see. Thank you for the explanation. Yuan nodded. Once Minli entered the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, the door closed behind her, and the first floor lightened with a grayish light. A mere minute later, the grayish light on the first floor turned golden, signaling that Minli had passed the first floor. Wow! As expected of ferrymen, she's already cleared the first floor. How incredibly fast! Most disciples take nearly 5 minutes on average to finish the first floor. Another minute later, a golden light appeared on the second floor, and Minli ascended to the third floor. For more, visit lightnovel.com. After spending 10 minutes inside the tower, Minli ascended a total of 9 floors, shocking the disciples watching outside. Furthermore, more and more disciples gathered at the tower to witness Min Li's spectacle after they learned that she was participating in the tower. On the 10th floor, Min Li took a little over 5 minutes to pass that floor, as she had to fight 2 magical beasts instead of 1 on the 10th floor. Because the difficulty increased with each floor, especially every 10 floors, Min Li needed more and more time to pass each floor as she ascended to the top, and by the time she reached the 19th floor, over 20 minutes had passed. After the 20th floor, it took her nearly 10 minutes to defeat. Half an hour later, Min Li arrived at the 29th floor, and the 30th floor took her 15 minutes to defeat. This is taking much longer than ID expected, Yuan thought to himself after realizing how long it took to climb this tower. Guess I'll go get something to eat while she's inside. And with that in mind, Yuan left the scene to look for some food, as he didn't like the idea of just standing around and doing nothing. Chapter 140 Dragon Pavilion. After leaving the area, Yuan went to the Dragon Pavilion that is known for its delicious food. At least that's what the guidebook claimed. This smell is delicious. Yuan's nose twitched with delight when he smelled a sweet and luscious aroma before he could even see the Dragon Pavilion, allowing him to reach the area without using his eyes. A few minutes later, he arrived before this enormous pavilion that had round tables set up everywhere, both inside and outside of the pavilion, almost like a feast, and most of the tables were already occupied by disciples. Wow, this is a restaurant? I have never seen anything like this before. Yuan mumbled in a slightly dazed voice after seeing this place that looked more like a public gathering than anything. Hello, are you here to dine? One of the disciples suddenly approached him and asked him, Huh? Yuan looked at this young man, wearing a banner over his outer court disciple's uniform that read Dragon Pavilion with raised eyebrows. You work here? Even though you were a disciple? Yuan couldn't help but ask him. HM, you must be a new disciple if you're asking such a question. And yes, disciples can work in the sect for contribution points, said the disciple. I see. Yuan nodded as he learned something new again. Anyway, are you going to eat here? The disciple asked him again. Updated from lightnovel.com. Yes, I want to dine here. Yuan quickly nodded. Since you're a new disciple, I can only assume that you don't have a lot of contribution points, and the food here requires you to pay contribution points, said the disciple, and he continued. If you want to use money, you'll have to go to the cafeteria, where you can pay other disciples who have contribution points. How much do they cost? Yuan asked with slightly wide eyes. He has to use contribution points even for food? The common dishes generally cost around 1 to 5 contribution points, while the most expensive ones are around 10 contribution points, said the disciple. Oh, then there's no problem, Yuan said with a calm look on his face. You're really going to eat here? The disciple looked at Yuan with slight disbelief on his face. Because the Dragon Pavilion is a luxury, almost all of the disciples that come to the Dragon Pavilion are wealthy disciples that have plenty of contribution points, and most new disciples would rather save their contribution points for something more meaningful than food, such as cultivation techniques and cultivation resources. Yes, Yuan nodded. I should have mentioned this early, but you also need 10 contribution points to reserve a table for an hour. If you stay longer than an hour, it'll be another 10 contribution points, said the disciple. New novel chapters are published on lightnov/lpub//com. That's fine. Yuan handed the disciple his gold identification token. G gold. The disciple covered his mouth and exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing Yuan's gold identification token. I am deeply sorry for not recognizing you, senior. The disciple quickly bowed to Yuan after realizing that he was before a big shot with a gold identification token. Don't worry about it, Yuan said with a puzzled look on his face. Please follow me. We'll bring you to our best table, said the disciple, and he proceeded to lead Yuan deeper into the pavilion. Sometime later, they reached this secluded and small table that was surrounded by water with colorful fishes swimming within and beautiful flowers and giant water lilies floating around. Wow, what a peaceful and calming place, Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he could already feel his mood improving just from being in that atmosphere. Hey, race the menu, senior. By the way, my name is Chu Bo, said the disciple as he handed a golden menu to Yuan after he sat down. This is it. Yuan was surprised to see only a little over 20 items on the menu. Follow current novels on live/novelpub.com. Although there are not many choices, I can guarantee you that every dish on the menu is considered as a favorite by every disciple that has dined here before, said Chubo. Furthermore, the menu changes every week. Then can I get everything on the menu? Yuan said without hesitation a moment later. Everything? Chubo looked at Yuan with wide eyes, and he continued, the portions are not small, senior. A single dish can feed 2 to 4 people. It'll be okay, Yuan said with a smile on his face. I can handle it. I understand. That'll be a total of 124 contribution points, Chubo said with his back feeling sweaty, as he cannot imagine spending 124 contribution points on food, even if they taste extremely good. Yuan handed Chubo his identification token. Once the contribution points were paid, Chubo bowed to Yuan and said, Thank you, senior. He'll be right back. Once Chubo left the scene, Yuan turned to look at the water and watched the fishes swim around elegantly for a few minutes until he noticed a figure suddenly jumping towards the water and landing on one of the giant water lilies floating in the middle of the water. And this figure was a beautiful young lady holding what appeared to be an instrument in her fair hands. Whoa, I've been waiting for this. Someone from the other side of the pavilion suddenly shouted. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. I came here today just to listen to Fairy Faye's music. Me too. I cannot wait to hear Fairy Faye's Zither music. Yuan raised his eyebrows after hearing the disciples from around the pavilion. A zither? She's going to play music with that large instrument? Yuan mumbled to himself in a low voice after seeing this unfamiliar instrument, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart afterward. A moment later, this young lady wearing pink robes known as Fairy Faye sat down on the giant water lily with the instrument known as a zither placed on top of her lap, and after taking a deep breath, she placed her fingers on the thin strings and began playing music with it. Chapter 141 Fairy Faye's Zither Performance. The moment Fairy Faye's finger released the string on the zither, a beautiful and clear music note that pulled people's heartstrings resounded in the area. even creating a single ripple on the water that moved like a small wave. Yuan could feel his heart beating faster when he heard this music note, and his eyes narrowed at Fairy Faye's hands that danced elegantly and skillfully on the zither, ignoring her beautiful face and everything else while everyone else was focused on her facial expressions and beauty. What unique sound and elegant performance. I can feel my mind calming down just from listening to her music, Yuan thought to himself after watching Fairy Faye play the zither for a few minutes. If this Fairy Faye were to perform in his world, she would become an instant sensation around the world with her skills. "Excuse me, senior?" Chu Ba's voice suddenly resounded in Yuan's ears. Yuan turned around to see Chu Bo standing behind him, and he quickly said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was too absorbed in that young lattice performance." Don't worry about it, senior. That's a natural reaction for everyone when they hear Fairy Faye play the zither for the first time, Chu Bo said. And he continued to explain, Fairy May is actually a core disciple who often comes to the Dragon Pavilion to practice her zither, allowing the guests to enjoy their food and listen to wonderful music at the same time. Of course, she's also getting paid contribution points for doing this, so she benefits from it too. Anyway, your food will be ready in a few minutes, senior. Please enjoy Fairy Faye's zither play in the meantime. Yuan nodded and returned to watching Fairy Faye play the zither. After watching Fairy Faye's hand movements for a few minutes and memorizing all of her movements, Yuan closed his eyes to fully indulge himself in the music. "I see. So this is how you play the zither," Yuan mumbled to himself as he began imagining himself playing the zither inside his head, imitating Fairy Faye's hand movements while the sounds continued to flow into his ears. Visit l/itnovelpub////com for the best novel reading experience. If one could see inside Yuan's mind right now, they would be shocked to see that all of his hand movements replicated Fairy Faye's movements perfectly despite having his eyes closed. After imagining himself playing the zither for a few minutes, Yuan began moving his hands for real, acting as though he was playing an invisible zither on his lap. When Chu Bo saw this, his eyes widened with surprise, and then he turned to look at Fairy Faye's movements before he returned to looking at Yuan, comparing the two. Heavens! It feels almost like I'm seeing Fairy Faye playing the zither before my very eyes when I am looking at him. Chu Bo cried inwardly, nearly mistaking Yuan as Fairy Faye because of his precise and flawless hand movements. This senior is also a zither expert. As expected of someone with a gold identification token, Chu Bo wondered, completely unaware that Yuan is actually a beginner who didn't even know the existence of zither until just a few minutes ago. If Chu Bo had known this fact, who knows how he would react. Sometime later, the food Yuan had ordered arrived at his table, and he began stuffing his face. However, while his eyes and mouth were focused on the food on the table, his ears and mind were completely focused on Fairy Faye's zither music. Sometime later, once Yuan cleaned every single plate on the table with ease, he returned to watching Fairy Faye play the zither with a focused gaze, looking like how he would normally look when trying to learn a technique. Meanwhile, Chu Bo cleaned the table with a startled look on his face, as he has never seen a single person eat so much food and so quickly before. Visit lighten//oval/com for the best novel reading experience. An hour passed within the blink of an eye since Yuan came to the Dragon Pavilion, and Chu Bo said to him, "Senior, your time in the Dragon Pavilion is up. However, if you'd like to extend for another hour, that'd be 10 contribution points." "How long does she usually play for?" Yuan pointed at Fairy Faye and asked Chu Bo. "It's mostly random, but usually between 2 to 4 hours," he responded. "There are even times when she'd practice for an entire day without a break. I guess it all depends on her mood." "I'd like to extend for another hour then," Yuan said as he handed another 10 contribution points to Chu Bo. "Thank you, senior." Chu Bo bowed to him afterward before he returned to standing in the corner to wait for Yuan's orders. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to watching Fairy Faye's performance. "I kind of miss playing instruments." This thought suddenly appeared in Yuan's head after Fairy Faye finished another song. Even though I used to hate playing the instruments because mother and father always forced me to practice until my fingers bled. After becoming crippled and being unable to even hold an instrument for many years, I am beginning to miss them. Yuan sighed inwardly. Visit/lightnovelpu/b. Calm for a better experience. After watching Fairy Fae for another hour, Yuan decided to leave the Dragon Pavilion and return to the Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower to see if Minli was close to finishing. How was your experience being at our Dragon Pavilion for the first time, Senior? Chubo asked Yuan afterward. It was great, Yuan said to him, and he continued, especially that young lattice performance. Although there are some flaws, it was a delightful experience overall. Flaws? Fairy Fae? Chubo looked at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly speechless. Ting! A sharp music note suddenly resounded, startling everybody that was fully indulged in the music, causing everybody there to turn a look at Fairy Fae, who had suddenly stopped playing the zither and was looking in a certain direction. Fairy Fae suddenly stood up and carried the zither with her hands before jumping from the giant water lily. Once Shed landed somewhere in the Dragon Pavilion, she narrowed her eyes at a handsome young man a few meters away and spoke in a cold voice. I heard what you'd said just now, that my performance is flawed. I would love to listen to the reasoning behind your words. Outer Court Disciple. Oh shit. Chubo unconsciously took a few steps backward when Fairy Fae suddenly appeared before them. The source of this content is lie/tnovelpub/com. Chapter 142, Playing the Zither. You, who claimed that my zither performance was flawed. What is the reasoning behind such claims? Are you also a zither expert? What qualifications do you have? Call me out. Fairy Fae looked at Yuan with narrowed eyes while she stood on the thin railings with perfect balance. Qualifications? Yuan raised his eyebrows, and then he said, although I'm not a zither expert, I don't need to be a zither expert to tell that you had made several mistakes in your playing in the last hour. As long as I have enough experience in music, I can tell if something is amiss just by the notes and flow alone, and there were several notes that didn't flow properly during your performance. This disciple. Fairy Fae clenched her teeth tightly after hearing Yuan's words, and her eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, but she was not angry at him. In fact, she was surprised that Yuan had managed to notice her mistakes, even feeling a little bit nervous since she has never been caught or called out before, as everyone would just assume that she was perfect. However, she did not want to admit that she, a core disciple, was wrong right before two outer court disciples. What is your name? Fairy Fae suddenly asked him after a moment of silence. Yuan, he calmly responded. Disciple Yuan, right? Since you were so confident that my performance was flawed, why don't you show me how it's done? Fairy Fae then laid her zither on the table and stared at Yuan with a serious look on her elegant face. You have experience in music, right? Surely, you will be able to play the zither better than me if that is the case. Yuan looked at the beautiful zither that seemed to be made of some kind of wood laying on the table with a somewhat dazed look on his face. Although he has never played the zither before, he was not someone who would shy away from something they have never experienced before, especially when it was related to music and instruments. After all, how else will he learn them if not by playing with them? That's what I thought. Even though you may have a sharp intuition for music, you don't have what it takes to play the zither. Fairy Fae smiled inwardly after seeing Yuan's dazed face. For more, visit /lightno/velp/ub. Of course, Shed rather if Yuan didn't actually play the zither, as she wouldn't know what to do if he really played the zither better than her. However, little did Fairy Fae know that Shed already dug a deep hole for herself by giving an instrument to Yuan, who was widely recognized by the whole world to be the #1 prodigy in history in the field of music. And when Fairy Fae saw Yuan reaching for the zither, she cried inwardly, he's actually going to play the zither? Fairy Fae frowned before speaking out loud. Wait a second. What's the matter? Yuan looked at her with an innocent look on his face, and he continued, you want me to play the zither, right? Although I have never played it before, I should be able to play it to some extent. You have never played the Zither before? Fairy Fay looked at him with her clear eyes wide open, as did Chubo, who thought he was definitely an expert. Ahem. After a moment of silence, Fairy Fay cleared her throat before speaking in a somewhat stiff voice. And never mind. You could go ahead and play the Zither. Okay. Yuan nodded and pulled the Zither closer before sitting back down. This content is taken from L//IG/Tnovelpu/B. Yuan then closed his eyes to practice a little bit more inside his head. A few moments later, Yuan opened his eyes again and took a deep breath before he slowly lifted his hands like he was prepared to play the piano. Such calm movements. I would have never thought this would be his first time if he didn't say it. Fairy Fay frowned when she saw Yuan's arm movements before he even began playing the Zither. Yuan's finger gently touched one of the strings on the Zither, and a single later, ting, an extremely crisp and beautiful sound echoed in the place, creating a calm ripple on the water while causing Fairy Fay's heart to skip a beat at the same time. Another note immediate followed afterward. Ting, Yuan began playing the Zither with precise movements like a real expert who had years of experience with the instrument, replaying one of Fairy Fay's earlier songs. Updated from Lie/Tnovelpub. C/OM. Fairy Fay's jaw dropped when she saw this, and she cried inwardly, This damn brat lied to me. How dare you say this is your first time playing the Zither when you can produce such flawless notes? Meanwhile, when the other guests at the Dragon Pavilion realized the music had returned, they immediately mistook Yuan's Zither play for Fairy Fay's Zither play. Where's Fairy Fay playing from? Why did she suddenly move locations? Who cares where she's playing from? This music is amazing. In fact, I think it sounds even better than just a few moments ago. Perhaps Fairy Fay found a new favorite spot, enhancing her performance. When Fairy Fay heard the other guest's words, she nearly puked out a mouthful of blood on the spot, but somehow managed to resist it by clenching her teeth tightly together. Just who is this outer court disciple? If he can dine in this place, he's definitely no ordinary individual. However, I don't recognize him at all. Fairy Fay pondered to herself with a deep frown on her face. The only thing keeping Fairy Fay from losing her temperament was Yuan's unknown identity. Even though Yuan is only a mere outer court disciple, Fairy Fay knew very well that one's outer appearance can be very deceiving and that she shouldn't judge someone just by their looks. After all, no sane outer court disciple would be able to keep calm before a core disciple, much less challenge them in such a manner. Follow current novels on Light Novelpub.com that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.